Nope. Good morning. Can everybody hear me? In the back? All right, if I fade out, please somebody wave at me. We're going to get started. I'm going to have some opening remarks. So good morning, Koha community. Yay. Welcome to KohaCon 2022, coming to you from Lawrence, Kansas, USA. My name is Barbara Glassford Johnson, and I am the current president of koha-US. So when koha-US began planning its own annual conference this year, little did we know that we would end up hosting the KohaCon International Conference, but we are honored to have had the opportunity to do that. So our conference theme this year is Level Up. So you're going to hear presentations from people, from Koha users that have improved their own skills, enhanced their libraries, elevated their communities, and advanced Koha. I think you'll be pleased to know that a total of 900 people from 57 countries registered for KohaCon 22, which just goes to show you the global reach of Koha. We will be streaming live at youtube.com/koha-US/live. You can also find us on Twitter at #KohaCon22. If you haven't already been to the registration table, make sure you have gotten your badge, your program, and your welcome bag. For the people that are viewing online, you can find the program on the Koha-US website at koha-us.org/KohaCon22. So the first 2 days of the conference are going to take place here at the Maselli's Banquet and Catering. The final 2 workshop days will take place at Lawrence Public Library, and we want to thank them for hosting us for those final 2 days. There are breakfast snacks at the back of the room. Be sure to visit our vendors. They're up in the balcony area. It may be hard to see them up there, but be sure to take those steps on up there. That'll be your exercise for the day, and visit our vendors. The restrooms are in the lobby. So if you go out these doors and turn to the right, you should find the restrooms. If you have any questions about the local Lawrence area, there are people with badges that have a white host ribbon on them, and they can direct you to anything Lawrence, restaurant recommendations, and probably everything else. For the people in the room, when we're having the presentations, if you end up wanting to ask a question or make a remark, we have a microphone over here on a stand. So if you will come up and actually ask your question there, that will make it so everybody in the room can hear what you're asking, and everybody online can hear as well. I want to say thank you to our corporate sponsors who made this KohaCon 22 possible. Bywater Solutions. Yay. Equinox. FE Technologies. the Northeast Kansas Library System, and PTFS Europe. Finally, I'd like to recognize the KohaCon22 Conference Planning Committee, and maybe as I call your name, you can wave out to the group so people will know you. Christopher Brannon, George Williams, Jason Robb, John Sturbins, Jennifer Marlett, who could not join us in person, Bob Benhoff, Robin Hastings, and Rhonda Kuiper. So now I'm going to turn it over to Mike McDonald. He is the current Northeast Kansas Library System Director, to welcome you to Lawrence, Kansas, and introduce our keynote speaker.
Thank you. Good morning. We're glad to have you here with us in person and also virtually from across the globe. Welcome. I imagine we can all remember our first introduction to Koha. Mine begins about 9 years ago when I was director of a community library that serves, at the time, a population of about 10,000 residents. We were limping along with an antiquated ILS designed for school libraries. Fortunately, we were already members of the Northeast Kansas Library System, and it was a no-brainer for us to join the Koha-powered Nexpress catalog, as it was known at the time. We suddenly had a robust ILS and access to a shared collection between 40 plus libraries. It was a big win for our community. In fact, I think that library was one of the last system member libraries to join what is today known as the Next catalog. Since that time, I have been in awe of the Koha community, your ingenuity, your pursuit of enhancements that improve the user experience, and your willingness to collaborate and share knowledge with each other. You make the difference for Koha, and this is your conference, so enjoy. I'm happy to introduce our keynote speakers. My friend Jim Mingus, he was director of the Northeast Kansas Library System when I first started at that member library. And my new friend, Liz Ray. So I'm not sure which of you is kicking us off. You're going first, Jim? Excellent. All right, well, they're going to tag team this, and I guess my story is a little teaser for what they're going to be talking about. So welcome.
Morning. We're getting all situated here with the technology, always a challenge for me. You know, when I was at Nichols, as we call it, Northeast Kansas Library System, I always had to call in Liz to do all of this kind of stuff. Okay, I'm just going to check it to make sure it's going in the right direction. Okay, all right. Can you hear me now? All right, I'll try to remember to hold it right up here. I just have a few notes to start off. Well, welcome to Lawrence, which is, among other things, the home of the Northeast Kansas Library System, where I was the director for 18 years. I've been asked to tell the story about the birth and growth of what we at that time called an Express, and is now been rebranded as Next, our Koha system. But honestly, we did not start out to have an open source system. That was not our goal. what we did have as a vision or goal was improved service through cooperation. And I'll get a little bit more into that in just a moment. We knew that we were sort of on the right track when a teenager from one of our participating libraries sent us a message that being part of this system was like having a big, well-funded, big city library without leaving the country, because that's kind of what we wanted, was everyone to have that access. When I came to Nichols in 1996, many of our libraries did not even have a personal computer. Very few of them had broadband access. And if they had any kind of local automation system, it was a standalone system that did not provide access to anything but that local collection. Well, we started working through those kind of basic automation issues. And as we did that, we came up with a vision. And that was that users have direct, can search, they can have direct and convenient access to library resources. And that included that they could access the collection from any internet device. They could directly request any item in that shared collection, that they could have those items rapidly delivered to their library through a interlibrary delivery system. I also mentioned that at the time that we started this out, of course, there was a statewide interlibrary loan system, but to me, that was not direct and convenient access. That was indirect and eventual access. But the patron did not have the ability to actually be the user. Tell you just a little bit about Nichols. We're a 14 county region. We include the largest public libraries in Kansas, and we include a library in a town of 150. From the time that, at least that I was associated with Nichols, we were believers in cooperative services. That is, we undertook with funding from the state library to provide a number of statewide services that were sort of beyond our own boundaries. And we also, I think, thanks in large part to Liz and to Brenda, our tech people, an involvement in open source software, including a service providing websites for libraries throughout the state. We're operating at one time about 200 websites for public libraries. All right, so what did we do? I'm going to talk a little bit about what went right and what went wrong. And this kind of comes in several different stages, because it seems like every time we took a step forward, we also took a little bit of a step back. And I want to thank the member libraries of Nichols for their patience as we work through each of these stages of difficulty. The first thing we did was to bring in a consultant, because first of all, our board had to be convinced that it was a good idea to invest a large amount of money in a shared system. So we brought in a consultant. He said, yeah, you ought to invest a lot of money in a shared system. But what we did at that time, partly because there were certain members of our board who were really interested in us utilizing the resources of one of the major libraries in the Kansas City area, we joined an existing consortium in one of those libraries that was utilizing the Cersei automation system, and had a number of academic libraries in their consortium in addition to the host public library. So we joined that library, and I have a lot of good friends there. But it didn't quite work out how we wanted. They hadn't brought in new members in a long time. They had brought in a lot of college libraries and special libraries sometime in the past. And they weren't really, they weren't used to working with the small public libraries, and they weren't used to bringing in a bunch of new libraries. And what we did was we had what I call the 9 pioneers. These are this select group of libraries that said, yeah, they'll try this out, because it wasn't as if our libraries just all swamped into our system and said, yeah, this sounds wonderful, sign me up. But we found nine brave souls who said yes, they would participate, and we brought them on. And these are some of the issues were that the consortium we joined was not really used to training the sort of personnel that we had in our libraries. They also were not used to bringing on 9 new libraries at a time. They hadn't probably brought a library on for quite a few years at the time that we joined. In addition to the automation side of this, I've always felt a courier delivery service was essential for a resource sharing system. It's not just an option. So at the same time that we started down that Cersei system, we developed our own homegrown courier service to deliver items to our libraries with a connection to the host library. So what did we learn? We learned, first of all, we didn't want to be part of a system hosted by a large metropolitan library. We wanted to be independent and manage with assistance the service. And we definitely didn't want to be part of Cersei. I went to a Cersei conference one time when I was with that outfit, and learned that it takes about 3 years to suggest some sort of change and to actually have it go through the various hoops and become a part of the software. And at that time, when we were talking about, well, what are we going to do? We started down this path. We have more libraries that want to join now. Liz and Brenda, our friendly tech folks, said, well, what you really ought to do is open source. And since I usually do what they tell me to do, mostly, that's what we did. And we looked at Equinox, and we looked at Koha. At that point in time, Equinox was at a fairly early stage. It had basically it had an interlibrary loan system and a catalog, but it didn't have some of the other functionality. And so, and quite honestly, they didn't make a major push to be the provider for us. So we ended up choosing Koha. And see, I'm kind of getting ahead of myself. I'm doing talking and not advancing here, which is one of my failings. In 2008, we signed a contract with a Koha vendor, and we moved the 9 libraries in, and then we started adding libraries, and we had about 20 libraries with that vendor. But then there was that other part of the equation, which was the delivery. There had once been a delivery service in Kansas, but it was not a very universal one. And the homegrown one we were operating, it was time to move past that, because there were regional automation systems developing in all parts of Kansas. there was no real statewide system. And so what happened was, well, actually, I chaired a delivery planning study, and we ultimately decided with a shared funding by the regional systems, the participating libraries, and State Library of Kansas to implement a new statewide delivery system that would be delivered through a commercial delivery vendor. And Nichols agreed to be the coordinator of that service, because we saw it as so tightly interwoven with our efforts at a regional automation system. And a vendor was selected, Henry Industries, who has proven to be an excellent delivery vendor. And we made that transition. Okay, so then we added additional libraries. We worked with our initial vendor for 3 years, although there was a change of management at a certain point. Candidly, we didn't feel we were there yet as far as the type of support that we wanted. And it was slow to bring new libraries in, and we weren't getting the kind of technical support we felt we needed. And so after 3 years, we essentially bought out of that contract and moved to Bywater. And part of that decision, which was very important to us, was that we wanted to ensure that we were part of the standard community version of Koha, and we felt that Bywater was committed to that as well. And that's one of the reasons we made that choice, as well as the fact that they gave us a pretty good price. And we have enjoyed working with Bywater, at least up to the time that I left in 2014, and I hope still today. Now, that does not mean, you can see what I'm talking about one step forward, one step back. That does not mean that all was well. We did add significant numbers of new libraries, and I'll sum up at the end kind of where we've eventually gotten to. But we encountered significant response time problems, to the point that it was just really wasn't acceptable. And Bywater worked with us closely and persistently, and our member libraries were patient. And I want to give a shout out to the Nichols staff that worked hard on trying to resolve these issues. And eventually that situation did improve. And it's beyond me to specify for you exactly what changes were made, but we did improve that technical problem. Now, once as we had kind of really settled in with Bywater, and we had brought in more libraries, each of those libraries having a slightly different situation. Some of them had robust acquisitions budgets, some of them didn't. Some of them were more interested in sharing their materials than others, although it was sort of a part of the deal with our system that you had to share. But what that meant exactly was not uniformly understood in the same way by all of our members. And so we did have a number of debates about exactly what restrictions should be placed or could be placed. And I'm not in a position, particularly having been away from Nichols for 8 years now, to say how that's all worked out. But I do know that in general, our member libraries did believe in the concept of sharing, and it was a matter of defining exactly what they meant and whether there were exceptions for a particular library to some extent or another. But I am very proud of the member libraries of NECLS who have been so willing to share the resources that they have purchased with one another. Okay, now where are we at today? I'm just going to kind of wind up with just a general summary of where we have finally gotten to, and someone from NECLS may wish to elaborate. Currently, we have 46 member library locations. We have one library system that has several branches, but most of our libraries that are in our KohaCon system are single branch, more or less rural or ex-urban type libraries. We have one school district library that has 5 locations. We have a community college library, and we have also started providing access to digital resources. And in fact, we have one library that uses a system for sharing digital resources, but really is not part of the standard catalog in terms of sharing their local book and NAV collection. As I told you, we started out with these nine brave libraries, many of which were quite small. As of last year, we had a shared collection of about 1 million items, a circulation of about 500,000. And of those 500,000, about 30% were items that were shared between libraries through interlibrary holds. So that's kind of the story of where we started, which was nowhere, and where we have gotten to today. And it's been an interesting journey, but I think well worth it. And I think we have met our vision of direct and convenient access to library resources in Northeast Kansas. Liz, are there any questions at this point, or should I just turn it over to Liz? Okay.
Thank you. That's a really amazing story. I mean, I was there for it, but like, it's still amazing when you hear it. So I'm going to flip over to my presentation. Yeah. Let's get out this one. Why are you so annoying? No, do that. Oh, it's like just being dumb. See, now I need the technical support. Oh, thank you. Here we go. All righty. No, but seriously, why should we use free and open source software in libraries? I mean, the too long, and I didn't read and didn't care to listen, is it's the values, right? Like, we all believe in this thing and we think that it's good and we should continue to do it. So you probably want to know who I am. My name is Liz Ray. I'm originally from Kansas. My dad worked in a nonprofit consortium of colleges in central Kansas, and my mom worked for the Arts Council, also a nonprofit. I've only worked in what felt like corporate environments for a total of about 1.5 years of my entire career. And the rest of it I've spent in education and library settings, either adjacent or directly. You can see that I come by all of this fairly honestly. So when we're talking about free and open source values, what are we talking about? Sharing. How many of you have code in Koha? There's only, actually, you didn't raise your hands. I know there's more of you. Okay, so why do you do that? You do it because probably it's part of your job, but also you want to do things that are good for yourself and your libraries and the people that you serve. Openness, because when something is hidden away in a box, there's no way that anybody knows what's happening there. We want to make sure that the software that we're using is transparent and that we know what's in it and what we can get out of it and what it can do. Collaboration. How many of you here are friends and have met people today that you have only ever talked to online? Right? Like, how closely do we collaborate day to day? And it's all because we share this value that is open source value of collaboration. I think we all want to do good things for humanity. There are 900 people signed up for this conference from around the world. And you see, some of those places are places that may have never, ever had a library system before. And that's your work. That's their work. And we did that together. Oh, I pushed a button. Okay, here we go. So also cooperation and co-opetition. Now, how many of you have heard the word co-opetition before? Good, good. Okay, so lots of you. Koha isn't possible without cooperation. Koha is a Maori word for a reciprocal gift. That means that when you give something, you can expect to get something back. And the relationships between the vendors who use Koha is the same. You know, all of the different vendors around the world and individual developers and people who are contracted to work on Koha, all of them are both using and contributing to Koha and its ecosystem. Now, we all make money and we try not to step too hard on each other's toes. It's mostly successful, and that is co-opetition. We're cooperating, but also a little bit competing. We all know that many hands make light work. The Koha bug tracker has over 30,000 bugs in it now, which is a lot of bugs. But I'm going to imagine, and I haven't taken statistics, so if anyone actually knows right now what the actual number of open ones are, it is nowhere near that number. And that is the testament to the companies and the people who work on Koha. We are working together to make this thing better and actually make it pretty amazing. And we want to be good stewards of the resources we're given. I mean, in the case of Nichols, you know, it wasn't all about the money, but it's kind of about the Benjamins, right? So I don't know, Jim probably doesn't really remember this because this kind of happened while Nexpress was coming in with Cersei. But we had a library in a very little town, probably about, I don't know, how big is McLeod? Small. Less than 1,000. Okay, library, less than 1,000. They did not have an automation system. It was a fairly new library at the time. They wanted to spend their money on doing programs and buying materials and doing all those wonderful things that libraries do for their communities. And they did not want to spend money on a library system, but let's be honest, they needed one. So you're gonna, I know what you're thinking. You're like, oh, she put Koha in that library. Wrong. Nope. There at the time, there was another open source library system. It had MARC support and it was web-based, and this should all sound very familiar, but it was OpenBiblio. And I put OpenBiblio in this library and they used it for several years. In fact, until they came into Nexpress, we migrated them out of it. But the thing was that we took an old computer and we put Linux on it and we put OpenBiblio on it, and they used that system in their library for several years, and they didn't pay anything, really. I mean, they had, you know, a computer and expertise from the Nichols system, which the county paid some taxes for. And that system worked for several years. And the reason that I'm telling you this story is it was at that moment that I thought, how can we do this, but bigger and better? And at the time, I didn't actually think that there would be a product as cool as Koha, that where the people were cool and you like to work with them and they're fun to talk to and they get stuff done. I didn't know about that. So I have to find my notes. So we were working on this Cersei project. And as we've learned, there were very big things happening at Nichols. This Cersei Dynex consortium, Jim kind of glossed over some of this. I'm gonna be like super pointed, so don't be mad if the Cersei people are watching. I have deep respect for you. It was super spendy to use Cersei, right? It had per seat licensing. The rules of the consortium we joined were very rigid. The Nichols libraries are often, as Jim alluded to, they're very full of mad schemes and they don't fit well into the proprietary boxes that you want to put them in. Like you want to put them in a box, it's like it's a square hole, round peg, it isn't going to work. The values of Nichols itself were kind of chafing against this. Nichols wanted free and open resource sharing between libraries. And this consortium wasn't really willing to support that in the way that we wanted them to. So we thought that's not great. And the first 7 libraries, 6, how many? There were 8. I thought there were 7, but the first 8 libraries didn't particularly like this system. It was not great. It was difficult to learn. The training wasn't amazing. Again, their round pegs didn't fit in the square holes. It didn't feel nice. It didn't feel nice. So, Koha, right? That's obvious, right? It's totally obvious. Actually, it wasn't obvious. Koha at the time, like specifically around the time when we were coming into Cersei, it was untested at any sort of scale. And there was a period there where there was big jumps in Koha. So I'm talking about like 2.2. It was untested at any sort of scale, and our scale wasn't huge, but for Koha, it was going to be pretty big. The support for open source at that exact moment was going to be from within Nichols, i.e. me, and I'm pretty clever, but I know a lot more now. And at the time I was super a noob, like this could have gone so badly. All right. It was a lot harder to run Koha at that time. You guys, it's so much easier now. And the libraries had to be brought on board with any change. So they're sitting out there using Cersei and they're feeling annoyed by it. But the idea of going back through and migrating all of this stuff again and changing the system that they've maybe only just changed a few years ago, it's not super appealing. Like, not to say that they wouldn't do it, but it's like, maybe not. Don't want to do that. There were only a very few libraries in the US using Koha, and almost all of them were libraries with local system administration, and maybe also possibly a Perl developer sitting around who wanted to play with something. That's the way that most people get into Koha. It's like somebody's like, hey, I got this Perl app. What do you think? And they're like, I don't know Perl, but this looks fun. And those people are nice. And of course, Evergreen and Koha were really the only options at the time. And so we were looking at kind of at both of those, and Evergreen had more of a Cersei type of setup. And we were looking for more of a web type of thing. it didn't really stop us from continuing to look at Koha and open source software. As Jim mentioned, we were already working on a project called the Kansas Libraries on the Web, which used WordPress, which at the time was not as slick as it is now. And we were running websites for the Kansas, and we had been running a SquidGuard proxy for internet filtering for across the state. So we already had some experience with running large scaled systems, but not this particular one for a really crazy mission critical app. So we wanted to provide the best service we can for the resources we have available, right? It was about this time that the library citrus fruit company started supporting Koha. And if you know, you know. They came to Nichols and they gave us a really quite impressive song and dance. Koha had just gotten MARC support and it was paid for by one of their partners. And it had only taken 6 months to get this massive feature into Koha. Wowie. Like 2 years for a feature in CIRCE, right? Like that's unheard of in library software. It was using a fast full text indexer now. It wasn't just depending on SQL. Wow, you could do relevancy and faceting. Whoa. Version 3 was so fly. Like it was so fly. And they were like, we're going to make this amazing, right? And the magic sentence that their salesman uttered was, if your ILS is a bus, libraries can not only drive the bus, but they can help you spec the bus and design the bus and build the bus. And all of that is alluding to the fact that the Koha community, which is you all, are here to make this thing that we use better all the time. I mean, you can kind of imagine that this spoke to our librarians. They're like, heck yeah, I want to be in something that's flexible and that when I have a problem, potentially I can make a suggestion and that code will come into Koha. You know, that was an interesting thing to our librarians. And it wasn't as expensive as CIRCE Dynamics. If we're being totally honest, and it's good to be honest. So this feels like it's forward thinking, right? We're thinking about the future of not only ourselves, we're thinking about the future of all of the libraries beyond ourselves, the libraries in Africa, the libraries in Australia, the libraries in Europe. Hello, everyone. We're thinking of them. And we're also thinking about the fact that they are probably thinking of us. So let's do something that suits us and makes things better for libraries everywhere. I mean, this is writ large, the Nichols vision, right? As it was given to us at the time. You know, convenient access to shared resources. It feels right. And not many libraries are doing this yet. So we decided to migrate from CIRCE to Koha 3.0. So it went well, right? I mean, yes, they're still with Koha. The beginning of the ride was bumpy. Now, and partially that was a function of the time in which we were coming into this fantastic project that we call Koha. The community was smaller. The documentation and resources and bug tracker, most of that didn't exist in the sort of mature form that it exists now. We waded through bugs and customizations and doing it wrong and making use of features that made upgrades really hard and doing things a weird way and modifying our code and not staying on the strictly community. We had a tiny fork for a while with features that we had commissioned that, you know, we desperately needed but hadn't been merged back in. These are bumps in our road. Anyone who's ever had a development go through Koha knows that there are many steps, and at that time, the steps were not well defined. So, you know, as many of you will know, the process in Koha now is someone writes a patch, someone signs off the patch, they do a little testing, somebody QAs the patch to make sure it's not going to break circulation. And then the release manager pushes that patch into Koha, and then eventually it's released. And the releases come every 6 months for major releases and every month for bug fix releases. And so this, you know, this is a flow and pattern that we're all very used to now. Really good. That didn't exist when we were here. And part of the reason that Koha is the way it is now, and the way that the community is the way it is now, is because some really clever people decided that we needed to impose some order on this chaos and have a little more accountability across the wider community. So one company, for example, shouldn't necessarily be signing off on their own patches. That's one of the core tenets of the community QA process, just to keep everyone more or less honest. We had many meetings where we questioned whether we were doing the right thing. Things kind of looked sort of upsetting and bad. There were times when we had really angry phone calls with our former vendor. It's just being like, what's going on? We don't understand this open source process. We don't, you know, you're making us promises and we don't understand what's happening. Can you help us? And they never really answered those questions to our satisfaction. And that's why we eventually left them. But in the spirit of generosity and openness and collaboration, we worked through the problems with the help of our various Koha vendors. We offered up the system's time and resources to the community, and we embraced openness, sharing, and interoperability. We wanted this to work. I mean, we did. We were stubborn. We wanted it to work. And because we believed in those boss values, not just for open source nature, but for libraries. And here I am presenting to you from Lawrence, Kansas, which is where Nichols is still a Koha user, which is awesome. And in the end, obviously they're still with Koha, and I'm still working on Koha. I've worked on Koha since 2008. Yeah, in the end, Nichols still with Koha, and I'm still working on it. So what's next? So what's next really depends on you all, and not just you here in this room, although you're excellent and wonderful for being here, and in-person collaboration is awesome. But all of you around the world who are listening to this talk or watching it later, don't be afraid of us. The community wants you here. We want you here. There's current developments in Koha and developments in the library environment are bringing new people into Koha all the time. There are going to be budgetary concerns coming. Potentially, you know, some of those bigger systems are going to be too burdensome for you. If you need to go it on your own, there are very good resources for you now. So you don't ever have to feel like you're on your own. So a thing you might be asking yourself is, well, how can we brainstorm some ideas about how to bring more folks into the Koha community? Because we always need to have fresh ideas and new people coming in. And a fairly significant potential issue is that, Perl developers are kind of hard to come by. So how can we make sure that our community remains robust? And I have a few ideas, and I would like it very much if you all would think about this, about ways in which you can help make our community continue to be strong. The few things that I think about is if you run a company, you can have internships. So you bring in a very voraciously smart young person and you show them this thing that they can play with, and you show them how they can make this better. And I swear to you, they'll be hooked. I've seen it over and over. Open source boot camps, where the topic of the boot camp is, we're going to fix bugs in this Koha. Like, here's a really simple thing. And here's how you use Git. And here's how you look at a bug tracker. And here's how you report a bug. And here's how you would go about submitting a patch. And the Koha community actually has really good documentation on almost all of that. And then, of course, there's the casually talking about, well, I work on this thing and it's pretty cool and the people are nice. And it really is a way to feel better about the state of the world. When everyone is sharing and you're working on a project with people who are around the world from you, it's difficult to see them as other. So I feel like it's a good way to keep yourself in the context of our global environment. That's all I have for you. And thank you very much for listening. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, and I'm sure Jim would be as well. Now I think we're on break. There are pastries. Am I handing this to you?
All right, thank you, Liz. And thank you, Jim. Appreciate it. My name is Christopher Brandon. I'm the Vice President of Koha-US. And thank you again to everyone that made it here today. It's so nice to see so many faces. And we're going to be going into our next presentation, which is actually pre-recorded. So before we actually get started here with that, we need to do a quick check to make sure our online people can actually hear the presentation. So bear with us for just a moment. If you need to grab some beverages or take a quick run to the restroom, go for it. But we'll be doing our next presentation in about 7 minutes here.
Hello, my name is David Peacock. I'm a library manager at the University of Hertfordshire.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started again. So if you can make your way back to the tables. And just a clarification, we had this brought up online and brought to our attention. Just to clarify, Equinox is not an alternative to Koha. Equinox is a supporter of Koha and Evergreen, which is what was being referenced to earlier. And just a quick question for everyone. Let's see here. Where's Liz? Is Liz still in here? She is not. She ran off. Okay. So Liz brought up something earlier. How many of you are actually involved in the bug tracker or Bugzilla online, involved in some way with discussions? Okay, probably about third to a half. I want to encourage all of you here, if you are involved with Koha, you definitely can be involved in the bug tracker. We welcome anybody to give feedback, even if you're not testing a bug. If you're offering comments on workflows, it would be awesome to have more people involved in that, because essentially this all involves you in the end. When those bugs go through and those patches are made, it affects you. And we want everybody to be able to weigh in on those bugs and those patches. So I encourage everybody to get involved in Bug Tracker in one form or another. If you're not testing, at least get involved in the conversation and, you know, let people know what you think of workflows that are being worked out on those patches. All right, so I'm going to preface this next presentation by saying I apologize in advance if I slaughter a name, because I am very bad at names. Even with our US residents, I can slaughter names. So I apologize, I apologize, I apologize. Our next presentation is going to be a pre-recorded presentation. This is elevating ILL with some rapid improvement. And this is presented by Andrew Isherwood, I hope that's pronounced right, from PTS Europe, and David Peacock from University of Hertfordshire. And with that said, I'm going to turn this over to Jason, who's going to run the recording.
Hello, my name is David Peacock. I'm a library manager at the University of Hertfordshire. I wanted to give a brief introduction to Andrew's main presentation about the technical aspects of the Koha integration with RapidILL to give a business context of why the university chose RapidILL, the impact of that integration within Koha, and the actual impact it's had on the service. To give some context, University of Hertfordshire main campus is 20 miles north of London. We have a community of students around sort of 25,000 full-time equivalents. We have 2 learning resource centres that are open 24/7. They're pictured on the screen. And we've used Koha with the support of PTFS Europe for hosting and support services since 2015. To set the scene for interlibrary loans at the University of Hertfordshire, the university offers unmediated free interlibrary loans for all students and staff. Traditionally, like many UK libraries, we've used the British Library document delivery and lending services for the majority of our interlibrary loan requests. RapidILL is quite a new service built around a community of reciprocal users and is tailored for article and book chapter requests. The RapidILL tools are used for automating and leveraging and improving the workflows of the institution's collections for peer-to-peer sharing and document delivery. Why did we use RapidILL? Well, the story begins at the start of the first pandemic in March 2020, when the British Library stopped supplying interlibrary loans. We had a speculative email to join a trial of RapidILL around that time. We decided we would join, expecting maybe to get the odd 1 or 2 requests, but never expecting it to fulfill all our requirements during the first lockdown and subsequently. In actual fact, it did meet all our requirements largely, and it superseded our expectations. We found it was very easy to use, and it saved staff a lot of time. We were really impressed by the speed of delivery. During lockdown, we still had 24-hour turnaround, and often it averaged at 12 hours because of time zone awareness. So because it chases the sun, we might as well get documents returned from Australia during the night, awaiting us for our breakfast time, start of the day. We had very high fulfillment rates. During the first lockdown, we had a 92% fulfillment rate. That's very high and much higher than the British Library. So that meant we didn't have to chase individual libraries and get things from individual university libraries that we had previously. In addition, it allowed for new workflows, including instant verification of resource availability, which again improves our need for unmediated requests. We like the idea of a one-off subscription fee with no transaction fee. So that meant we could scale up usage further and improve our promotion and the visibility of the service without an increase in expenditure. It made obtaining book chapters very easy. And we knew there was the potential to integrate Koha interlibrary loans with the RapidILL API and a potential to improve both the usability when placing interlibrary loan requests, improve the speed of fulfillment for the user, and improve staff workflows and efficiencies and productivity. The initial workflow issues we wanted to address with the integration with Koha and interlibrary loans were, when we first started during the first lockdown, staff had to cut and paste the request from the RapidILL platform into the Koha request form. All requests at that stage had to be mediated. Staff couldn't place the request directly onto the RapidILL platform. We wanted to utilize the power of using DOAs and auto-completion functionality that weren't available with our integration with the British Library API. And finally, UH interlibrary loan staff had to send documents manually from the RapidILL platform onto the requester using the email from within Koha. So these things initially, although there were great savings and great improvements, these things were quite clunky, and we wanted to integrate those within our Koha interlibrary loan workflows. And this, as Andrew will explain, we did, and the impact upon that was really quite substantial. Within the first year of using Rapid ILL, with the exception of August, so 11 months instead of 12 months data here, 88% of all our interlibrary loans goes to Rapid and is fulfilled by Rapid. 12% still goes to the British Library. The graph shows that almost all our article requests and all our chapter requests are fulfilled via Rapid, and British Library largely slides our book requests. The graph at the bottom shows our interlibrary loan requests for the last 4 years of the academic time period. It actually shows a 46% increase from 2018-2019, which was the last normal year before the pandemic. So a 46% increase. So that's a huge increase, and that excludes August, which isn't yet catered for, shown in these figures. So we will manage to really improve this because of these efficiencies with the Koha integration without really any great increase in staff time. And finally, the auto completion from within different sources like PubMed and Scopus and things like that, that shows that was greatly improved. So now I'll pass you on to Andrew, who can explain the technical details.
Thanks, David. Hello, I'm Andrew Isherwood. I'm a senior software engineer at PTFS Europe. As David just said, and in line with the levelling up theme of this conference, we were really keen to make the Rapid ILL integration with Koha really excel at making it as simple as possible for users to place interlibrary loan requests. The Rapid ILL API is very functional, and we were able to use many parts of it to maximise the chances that a user's request would be fulfilled. I'm going to give you a very short demonstration now of placing a request and managing requests from both the patron and the staff standpoints. So let's jump in. So the first thing we'll do is imagine we're a patron who wants to place an ILL request with Rapid ILL. I should point out at this point that I'm on Hertfordshire's test server, so some of the things we see will be specific to them, but I'll point those out as we go through. So we click create a new request, and this is something that Herts have turned on. This is a declaration, so we just click past that. So now we're in the Rapid ILL request form. So Rapid ILL provides a number of different material types, and we can see them there. So what I'm going to do is try and place a request for a journal article. And I've got some metadata here, so I'll just copy and paste that in. So we have an article title, we have a year there, and we have an ISSN. So I'll paste that in as well. So that's provided some metadata, and we can see immediately something has popped up that said that the item can't be requested because it's already available locally. So this is telling the user that they don't need to request it because they can already access it. Rapid ILL is aware of Hertfordshire's holdings that they have locally and won't allow a request to be placed for those items. So that's why we're getting this notification here. So the user could at this point just click on the item and then be taken straight to it. So now let's try and place in a request for an item that isn't already locally available. So we click create new request again and go past the declaration. So I've got some metadata here that I'll just paste in now. We have a journal title. We have an article title. We have a year. And we have an ISSN. So now I've got that metadata filled in. If I click make request, that will then contact Rapid ILL and place the request. So we can see that that's now appearing in our list of requests and says it's requested. If we click view, we can see that the metadata we provided is all there. And we've also got a Rapid ILL identifier, which is the unique identifier that Rapid ILL provides. So at this point, the user can be confident that the request they've placed has been placed and accepted and will be fulfilled as quickly as possible. It's sometimes the case that when a user is placing a request, they don't have sufficient metadata for that request to be fulfilled automatically. However, the Rapid ILL integration provides the facility for staff members to jump in, provide any missing metadata, and then attempt the submission again. So I'll show you how that works. So if we're a patron now, placing a request, I'm going to provide a journal title, an article title, and an ISSN. This request will fail because this isn't sufficient metadata for the request to happen automatically. So let's see what happens. We click Make a Request. So this has created a request within Koha, but it hasn't created a request within Rapid ILL. But as far as the user's concerned, they've provided all the metadata that they had. So it's now the responsibility of a staff member to go into the request, modify it, add in any missing metadata, and then submit it. So I'll show you how that works now. So over here in the staff interface, we can see the request here, and we can immediately see in the staff notes that we've got a note from the Rapid ILL API saying that we must specify a year or volume. So that's identified the metadata that's missing for this request. So at this point, I can go into the request and edit the item metadata, add the year, which is 1915, update the request, and then I can attempt to place the request again. So if we click Request from Rapid ILL, that goes away, places the request. We can see the status is now requested. And down here, we've got a Rapid ILL identifier, which is the unique identifier for that request with Rapid ILL. So that's how a staff member can jump in after a request has been placed, fix anything that's wrong with it, and then resubmit it to Rapid ILL. If we look in the request log, we can see that that whole process was audited. We've got the request has changed from a new request to requested status, and the request here has succeeded. So we log all of that, and it's all very, very easy to see the flow that a request has followed. I'm going to revert this request now because it's actually a live request and we don't want that to go through. And if we now look at the request log again, we can see that the status has changed from requested to cancellation requested. On the staff side of things, we try and do as much as we possibly can to help staff members when they're creating requests to make sure that they're providing the correct metadata and so on. So let's have a quick look at that now. So we go and create a Rapid ILL request. And we can see immediately we've been provided with help at the bottom here for the fields we need to fill in for the material type that we've selected. Obviously, as we change the material type, those fields will change and they will update as the user fills them in. So if I start filling in some information, this is an article title, a year, and an ISSN, and a user. So now I've selected that, we can see here that the item again is we've been notified that the item is available locally. So that's the first thing we do. This is in line with the patron side of things. We alert the user that the item is available locally. So if we just get rid of this metadata now and try a different item. So if we provide a journal title, an article title, a year, and an ISSN, Rapid ILL is immediately contacted to find out whether this item can be requested, and we can see that it can. So the staff member at this point can submit the request and have confidence that that item is going to be fulfilled and the request can be placed without any problems. If the user had provided some invalid metadata, for example, a bad ISSN, the Rapid ILL API can actually tell them. So if I just modify this ISSN, Rapid ILL is contacted and the user is immediately told that the ISSN is invalid. So that's a very quick way of them knowing that they need to fix that. So if I just fix that ISSN now and then place this request, that will then place the request with Rapid ILL. And then I can quickly show you the live log that we pull in from RapidILL whenever we're on the Manage ILL request page. So here we are, and if I just scroll down, we can see we always get a live view of the RapidILL history for any request that we're viewing. So currently the RapidILL state is pending. Well, this isn't actually a request we want to be fulfilled. So if I click Revert Request, that will revert the request, as you might expect. And then if we look in the log, we can see that the request has now been cancelled. So we're always pulling in the most up-to-date status for any request that's been placed. So that's a quick overview of how we use what is a very functional API to maximize the value to the user when placing requests with the RapidILL integration. Finally, we'll take a quick look at a very small bit of development that was done off the back of the RapidILL work and just helps level up the user experience of ILL in general. This isn't strictly tied to the RapidILL integration. This can be used with other interlibrary loan providers as well. So in short, we're using Crossref to automatically look up metadata based on a DOI. So the user just has to paste in a DOI into the form and the rest of the metadata is automatically populated. So if I just paste in a DOI here, Crossref is contacted, the DOI is looked up, and then the metadata is supplied. So it's just another way to make the whole experience of creating an interlibrary loan request simpler within Koha. I hope this has been interesting. Thanks very much.
George, did you find out if they were available for questions or? Do you know if they're online? Okay. Okay. All right. All right. So let's see here. It is now 9:51. By the way, before we stop for our actual official break, take a look at the backside of your program. I just wanted to point out a couple of QR codes on the back there. At some point, probably not right now, but towards the end of your time here at the conference, that bottom QR code is a conference evaluation. Make sure that you take a moment to scan that with your phone and fill out that survey. We always love to hear feedback about the conferences and find out what we can do better. But that top QR code actually gives you access to our online directory. There were so many people that signed up for KohaCon that we couldn't put it in the program like we've done in the past. So it is online. And if I can't remember if Andrew and David opted to be in the directory, but if they're in there, you can find them in that directory and contact them if you have any questions about their presentation. Yes. Or you can talk to Jonathan and Andrew. Okay, perfect. Awesome. So thank you very much. And Barbara, do we have anything else that we need to share before we take a break? Oh, just a sec. Okay, George is reminding me that there are cards on the table with a QR code. If you want to join the group chat, if you're not part of that already, that gives us a way to communicate within the group to let you know of things that are going on, if we're organizing anything. So make sure that you sign up for that if you want to be a part of that. Was there anything else?
I forgot to mention earlier that there is electrical access, I think over here where Rhonda is, and maybe over back in this area. So if you need to charge your devices, and also be aware of any cords on the floor and don't trip.
Yeah, we are working on getting some more power, I believe, later on. So apologize for not having the power at all the tables. But we'll get some more as we can. With that said, we're going to break a little early and we will gather back here at 10:15. So grab some more coffee, more drinks, more whatever, and And please visit our vendor tables upstairs. Don't forget about them. Again, I know they're tucked away back there, but make sure that you hang out with them and check them out. And thanks again for coming, and we will see you at 10:15. All right, folks, we're going to go ahead and get started here. You'll make your way back to your seats. I hope everybody's feeling refreshed. Before we get into our next presentation.
The president, the chair, and my dear Koha community, a very good morning.
Okay. Okay. Before we get into our next presentation, which is another recording, just wanted to point out that we are aware that some folks are having trouble connecting to the Wi-Fi. Some of us are able to connect without a problem, so I apologize about the Wi-Fi. Keep trying if you can. Make sure that you're doing the password. It's Maselli's guest, and make sure you're doing the password catering with the capital C, but otherwise there's not a lot more that we can offer on that, and we will see what we can do to improve that through this week. All right, so our next presentation is Level Up the Library Community with Koha via, is it RAF limits or RAF limits? Not sure if that's one word. This is Farouk Hussein Zai from Pakistan Library Association and RFA or RAF Limits. And Jason, whenever you're ready.
From Pakistan. I'm grateful for giving me this opportunity to share my presentation. My name is Farouk Hussain, and I have been serving this profession, librarianship, for the last 22 years. I'm the one who has introduced Koha in my city, Karachi, in 2010. And from 2010 to date, I have implemented Koha in 50 plus institutions in Pakistan. Not only in Pakistan, but also in the US, UK, India, Malaysia, and the Saudi Arabia as a volunteer. Nowadays, I have a YouTube channel and I am teaching library and information management technologies around the globe. 60% of my video tutorials are based on Koha or Koha tutorials. So today, in this presentation, we are going to discuss Level Up the Library Community with Koha via RAF Limits. RAF Limits is my YouTube channel name. The background of this study is how a YouTube channel level up the library community. To understand this, we need to talk on self-directed learning. Self-directed learning, or SDL, is a type of informal learning. We know by birth every human is a self-directed learner. And according to a survey in the US, 70% of adults are self-directed learner through the internet. They learn to discover new information, gain knowledge, solve a problem, trial and error, or learning by doing. Where YouTube by Google is the second most visited website after Google search engine. It is the most important source of self-directed learning, as learning on YouTube is both educational and enjoyable. Where librarians, similar to other professionals, librarians also acquire their informal learning needs from blogs, YouTube, and other tutorial sites. They mostly search for research-related topics, library technologies, and current openings. The focus technologies are open source, integrated library system, digital library systems, repositories, standards, protocols, discoveries, and the guided tools. Koha is the top priority of professional librarians and librarianship students as the world best open source integrated library management system. RefLimbs is a YouTube channel that informally educates open source library and information management technologies, especially the Koha. RefLimbs is an abbreviation of Ready Access to Free Library and Information Management Technologies that started on 3rd January 2020. By library technology, I mean integrated library system, digital library systems, repositories, standards, protocols, discoveries, guided tools, and many more. This presentation is an analysis of Koha video tutorials by RefLimbs. So, but here's an important question. How does RefLimbs level up the library community with Koha? So the answer is from January 2020 to June 2022, RefLimbs has informally educated and leveled up over 0.2 million librarians or individuals on the Koha library system with 99% likes. RefLimbs uploaded 92 videos in total. Of those, 57 are about the Koha installation, administration, global system preferences, tools, reports, interface design, and the backup. Besides, RefLimbs respond to every comment with a heart and also provide the guidelines, command lines, scripts, templates, and many more resources via emails, Facebook page, and the tutor. One of the AMPHIL study from the University of Karachi evaluated a YouTube video worldwide on librarianship. The researchers only included the RefLimbs video from Pakistan because RefLimbs video meet the following criteria, which includes the content of the video, technical appeals of the video, and the organization of the video. When we need to see how RefLimbs level up the library community with Koha, we need to check the engagement of the audience. We need to check the quality content. So here, just for example, I would like to share few of the comments, just few comments from the RefLimbs. So this guy is actually thanks to RefLimbs for our limitless contribution in his Koha project for his master thesis, and he actually mentioned RefLimbs' name in his presentation here at number 3. So you can see this. And we receive number of emails on a daily basis, and we resolve every query related to Koha and other library technologies. This is just to show you. And there you can see the comment on the YouTube channel. So this video is about the Koha introduction, and this guy say excellent presentation, thank you so much. So you can read all of them. And this video is about the Koha interface designing. So this video is number 1 from the various videos that I watch on Koha. I benefited much, in fact, but still need some support from the designer and presenter. Thank you so much for this. Very informative. And this person say, RefLimbs, you have a very clear and helpful series of videos. Thanks. I am learning Koha cataloging for my own library. So this is the level of engagement. Greetings, sir. I have no words to show my gratitude as for your contribution toward new learners like me, it's worked like a charm. Thank you for your for such another informative video, good tutorials, and thank you, sir. Your video make a great impact on my project, and I have successfully installed Koha. I am very grateful to you. And I do believe that teachers are not the only one who teach in the classroom, but also someone who teach us outside also. So this is what actually the reference mission, excellent way of explaining. Okay, we have discussed the background of the study, and now let us talk about the content of this presentation. We are going to analyze the reference videos on Koha ILS. That's mean we will discuss the reference themes for Koha tutorials and their impact. We'll talk about the countrywide analysis of Koha audience and the gender who actually watch Koha video most, and a very few recommendations, but they are actually important. So when we talk about reference themes, that's mean we are talking about certain groups, and we have divided Koha into 10 groups. So we have Koha videos, reference has Koha videos or Koha tutorials on all these groups, either the Koha introduction or the installation and the Koha administration, global system preferences, interface design, Koha tools, Koha cataloging, Koha circulation, reports, and the backup. So let's talk about the introduction. When we talk about this group, we have 4 videos all together, and all 4 videos actually level up 21,489 professionals or individuals. When we say level up, that's mean 21,489 is actually the audience. They actually view or they actually watch the Koha videos. So that's mean per video we have 5,372 professionals or the individuals or the students. So they are actually the audience on Koha introduction videos. We have received 96% like ratio and 14 queries so far, and we have responded all 14 queries, and we have received 592 new subscriber, the new friends on all 4 videos. When we divide the audience with all 10 groups, so this group, the introduction group, is on number 2. People want to watch more videos on Koha introduction. They want to know about the Koha community. They want to know about Koha features, licensing, and so many things about Koha. So the installation is always on number 1. We have made 15 videos so far from Koha 19.05, I guess, till 22.05. So, and people want to see more videos, effective way, easiest ways to install Koha, and they want to install Koha on Windows sometimes, and we have to reply that Koha is not available on Windows, and they want to install Koha on Ubuntu, Debian. They want to install Koha with multiple instances. They want to install Koha with some other software, and how they can secure Koha, and so many things available. They want to know about the web installer, onboarding tools. So we have made, Raflims has 15 videos so far on Koha installation with 82,834 audience on Koha installation. So we level up 5,522 professionals per video. So this group is on number 1, and we have received 128 queries so far, and we have responded. Through the Koha installation videos, we have added 986 new friends, subscriber on the Raflims. After the installation, we have the next group is actually the administration. So we have made 2 videos so far on Koha administration, and altogether we have leveled up 4,801 audience on Koha administration. That's mean per video 2,401 professional with 98% like ratio. We have received 9 queries so far, and we have responded. 175 new subscriber added through the Koha administration videos. Then the global system preferences, and this group, all the theme is actually on number 10, and Raflim has 3 videos on Koha global system preferences. So all 3 videos actually level up 4,555 audience, the Koha audience with 100% like ratios. We have received 45 queries so far, and 185 subscriber added through all 3 videos on Koha global system preferences. So this group is on number 10 because per video level of 1,518 professionals. Then Koha OPAC interface designing, we have made 14 videos. Raflim has 14 videos on Koha OPAC interface designing with 33,841 audience on all 14 videos, and we have received 97% like ratio with 175 queries, and so far we have responded all 175 queries, and we have received 763 new friends through all 14 videos, and this group is on number 6, and because per video actually level up 2,417 professionals or individuals. And then after the interface designing, we have tools. And we have made 4 videos on Koha tools, and they level up 10,224 professionals on Koha tools with 99% like ratio. We have received 25 queries on all 4 videos, and we have responded with 98 new friends through all 4 videos. So this group is on number 5, and because it's level up 2,556 professionals or individuals per video. Okay, after Koha tools, we have Koha cataloging, and every librarian wants to know more about Koha cataloging. So we have made 11 videos so far, and all together they level up 32,452 professionals or individuals with 99% like ratio, and we have received 66 queries, and so far we have responded. We have added 359 new friends through Koha cataloging videos, and this group is on number 3 because per video level up 2,951 professionals or individuals. So the people want to know more about Koha cataloging, copy cataloging, batch uploading in Koha, and they want to know merge multiple items into a single record, and they want to know the concept of cataloging and metadata and so many things. So move on. After the cataloging, we have circulation, and we have made one video. I mean, Raflims has only one video on Koha circulation that's actually level up 2,300 professionals with 100% like ratio. We have received 3 queries so far, and we have added 7 new professionals on through the Koha circulation videos. I mean, subscriber we have added. After the circulation, the next group is Koha Reports, and Koha Reports is on number 9. We have made one video so far, and that video actually level up 1,817 professionals with 98% like ratio, and 10 queries we have received so far on Koha Reports, and all 10 queries responded. And after watching Koha Report videos, we have received 20 new subscribers on the Raflims. So this group is on number 9 by level up 1,817 professional per video. It has only one video. And after this, we have the Koha Backup. So Koha Backup is on number 4. We have made 2 videos so far on Koha Backup, and all 2 videos actually level up 5,402 professionals, all the individuals, and then with 100% like ratio, we have received 11 queries so far. We have added 32 new friends through the Koha Backup videos, and this group is on number 4. So let me show you a complete list of the Koha themes on the Raflims, and the number of videos. You can see here the number of videos and total level up number of audience and per video level up. So you can see the new friend added, I mean the subscriber, the like ratio, and the query we have responded. So the installation is on number 1. The next group or the theme is the introduction with 4 videos and 21,489 professionals or the audience on this group. And then cataloging with 11 videos, backup with 2 videos, and number 5 is tools. Koha OPAC customization is on number 6. Then we have administration, circulation, reports, and the global system preferences. So altogether 57 videos level up 0.2 millions professionals or the individuals on Koha videos, and the per video ratio that's actually 3,504 professionals, and we have added 3,217 professionals or the individuals through the Koha videos with 99% like ratio. We have responded 486 queries so far on Koha. So that's actually the analysis of Koha theme. And now let us talk about the Koha audience around the world. So the majority of Koha audience who would like to view Koha tutorials most are in India, 31%, and then Pakistan 10%. This channel is from Pakistan and the viewership is 10%. And then United States 4%, Philippines 2%, Malaysia 2%, and then rest part of the world. So you can see over 1% like Ethiopia, Kenya, Bangladesh, Nigeria, Sri Lanka, Mexico, Brazil, Indonesia, Germany, and so on. I cannot read all the name here. 1% like Portugal, Saudi Arabia, Nepal, Jordan, and less than 1% like Qatar, Sudan, Cambodia, Zimbabwe, and so on. So, and now let's see audience by age and gender, so males actually leading females by 77.5% and the females 22.5%. And here's the age group. So you can see from 13 years to 17 years, we have only 0.1% males as a viewer of Koha video tutorials. And then from 18 to 24 years, we have 14.7% male and 8.2% females. Altogether, they are 22.9% on Koha tutorials. And then from 25 to 34 is actually the main group. So we have male 38.6% and females 10.2% and 48.7% viewers on Koha tutorial from this age group. 35 to 44%, 44 years. So we have 21.5% male, 3.5% females. Altogether, they are 25%. 44 to 54 years, so we have 2.6% male and 0.7% female viewers on Koha tutorial. Altogether, they are 3.3%. And 55 to 64, we have 0.1% males only. So here's the chart according to the age, and we have also discussed the gender. And in last, the main part of the presentation, a very few but most important recommendation. What does it mean enjoy the learning at 99%? See, being a senior librarian or as a YouTuber, what I want that people may enjoy the learning. We are here to promote learning. We are here to level up the professionals and the profession. We are not here to make money. So please enjoy the learning. And then respect and appreciation. What does it mean by respect and appreciation? We have already respect and people appreciate our work. What I mean to say, video making and education through videos is also a form, also a type of contribution to the knowledge. So please consider our work parallel to publications. Publication is not only a parameter of creativity or knowledge contribution. So that's what I mean to say. And then I would like to say, so to the library schools and the library association, so please support us. And I would like to say, our people, please respect copyright. If you are trying to copy our material, so please give us some credits. And Koha in library schools curriculum. Yes, at least in my city, in University of Karachi, in fact in my country, in Pakistan, Koha is actually included in the curriculum of library science students. So, and that's what I actually recommend around the globe, around the world. So please include Koha in library science curriculum so people may learn better and effectively. And you can connect to me through this email. It's furrukhusain@gmail.com. So you can write to me, you can connect to me on Facebook, and my web address, the address of my YouTube channel, it's youtube.com/c and /raflimts, RAFLIMTS. And I'm also available on Twitter and the linked account. So thank you very much. Now I am available to answer your questions.
So are we able to have any questions for a pre-recorded present? Okay. So, well, that was a great presentation. That's a lot of videos and a lot of content. I'm going to check out that site. So next up, we have Jesse Zyro and Lucas Goss from Bywater Solutions, and they are going to present Designing a Patron Empowering OPAC. So let's hear it for Lucas and Jesse. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Hi, everyone. Thanks for allowing Lucas and I to talk to you today about designing a patron empowering OPAC. Lucas does some really amazing things for some of our Koha OPACs that you see around. We're going to show some great examples today and share some of the ideas that you can implement back at your library. Just quick about Lucas and I, we work at Bywater Solutions. I do a lot of Koha training, documentation, marketing, and outreach. So we're going to talk a lot about like personalizing your brand and tying in the seamless integration between your library website and your Koha OPAC.
And I'm Lucas. I'm a Koha developer. Also done a bunch of release maintenance on various versions of Koha. Yeah. So what we're going to talk about today is some of the hows of how you can customize your OPAC, some of the tools that are available to you in Koha, some of the tools outside of Koha that we can use to customize our OPAC. Get a little bit into some considerations to make our OPACs sustainable and accessible for everyone. Then Jay-Z's going to talk a little bit about marketing, branding those OPACs so they fit your library brand. Okay, so how? What are some of the tools we have in Koha to customize our OPACs? The big one that I think 90% of customizations I do come from are these tools here. News, which has lived in Koha for forever, or as long as I can remember, which is sort of something where we can do one-off events with expiration dates. Now we have HTML customizations, which is relatively new in Koha. This is where we can insert content with HTML into various predefined places in the OPAC. These used to be system preferences, like OPAC header, OPAC footer, and the side nav bars and stuff like that, which were kind of hard to find because you have to know what the system preference was called and go find it. Now everything lives here in this like one-stop shop of HTML customizations, which is pretty awesome. It's also a lot more friendly to use. We can use WYSIWYG editors. We can use a more robust text editor and write actual HTML if we want. And there's stuff like save and continue buttons, so you can work a little bit on your OPAC, go look at it, save, continue. There's news logs so that we can actually like log these changes just in case we make mistakes and need to go backwards. And then super exciting to me is this new feature in 22.11, which is going to be pages. So we're actually going to be able to use all of these same tools and write just unique custom pages in Koha. Here's a little mock-up I did using one of those pages. So yeah, we'll be able to maybe even abandon library websites and use Koha for our library websites. And maybe next year we can even use Koha to make the Koha 2023 website. So this is a really cool and exciting feature to me. It's a big game changer, I think. Okay, so that's HTML customizations. There are these predefined areas in Koha where we can add stuff. That doesn't work all the time because we may want to insert content in other places. So another big tool that I'm using all the time is OPAC user JS, which is system preference. Little example right here, just showing how if you successfully register, you may want to change some of the text on a page to suit your library with unique text. JavaScript's also great for managing sort of the state of things, checking if users are logged in or not logged in, things like that. OPAC user CSS. This is how we make everything pretty on our Koha OPACs. We can inject CSS into here and it'll affect every page on our Koha OPAC and make everything shiny and nice and beautiful. Also, plugins are a great tool. There's a bunch of them that we can use in Koha to gain some functionality in our OPAC and do various cool things. I always think first of Coverflow. Koha OPACs, I think it's nearly ubiquitous now. We're using that a lot and making slides, book rivers, if you will, to make things accessible to our patrons and discoverable. I see a lot of newly acquired slides or staff picks, which can be curated by staff. I've seen recently returned. There's all kinds of things you can do. You just need reports and yeah. Let's see what other plugins do we have. Galadriel is one, which when we don't want to write CSS or we're uncomfortable writing CSS, we can change colors of things in our Koha OPAC by using the Galadriel plugin, changing the nav bar colors, changing the logins, stuff like that. EDS, which is a great EBSCO plugin to sort of gain a new wealth of things into our catalog, journals, scholarly articles, things like that. What else? Kids OPAC, right. We have a Kids OPAC plugin, which is super easy to use. We just give it a URL that's maybe different than our regular OPAC URL and press a couple buttons, decide what kind of item types or shelving locations or collection codes we want to be discoverable only for our children's audience. And then we have something neat like this that can pair well with our regular OPAC. Okay, so those are some of the tools that we can use, but I also want to just kind of throw out some of the customizations I do on a pretty normal basis and give you kind of idea of some of the things you can do by using those tools. Pretty standard is some stuff just like links by using the HTML customization feature on your homepage or really anywhere else in your catalog you want to put it, but these may be links to your website or scholarly articles like you see here, just really anything you want that is of value or importance to your patrons. Oh, and this is a big one too that's on a lot of OPACs, hours, social media, contact. I like to make OPACs like a one-stop shop for your patrons so they can figure out everything. They can not only just search the catalog, but they can look at the hours, maybe get a Google map pulled up where the library is, website, social media icons, which I have about, I don't know, 5 or 7 different iterations, different designs of social media icons, all of which are available. We'll have this code, all the CSS, the HTML and everything in a blog post for you to look at later. Oh yeah, and just a little piece of JavaScript, very simple stuff that you can put in your OPAC user CSS, can highlight which day it is. So when your patron hits the OPAC, not only can they search the catalog, but they can see what the library's hours are for that very day. Just cool and little handy things that make the OPAC experience a little funner. Oh, digital library cards. This is powered by JavaScript and something I've done a lot of recently. Pretty cool. I think it's pretty cool. When you logged in, you can click on a view your e-card, pull up something that looks very much like your library card. Maybe use that at self-checkout or at the desk if you don't have your library card. And this is all powered by OPAC user.js and made pretty by OPAC user CSS. So, yeah. Oh, this one's awesome, I think. There's now a public Biblios API route. So with just a little bit of JavaScript, which I'm showing right here, we can grab any mark field we want, even the ones that don't display by default in the OPAC, and display those on our OPAC results page or on our details page. I love this. This is awesome. We used to have to do it with XSLT. Has anybody worked with XSLT? It's not my favorite, and I would much rather do something like this with JavaScript. And it's a lot more sustainable. We don't have to move off of our community XSLT style sheets. Yeah, so, and we have any mark field really available to us to put anywhere we want in our OPAC. So it's awesome. Okay, so those are just a few ideas I want to throw out there to get everybody's heads turning about the customizations. So you can go out there and think of your own. But there's also some other considerations we want to consider when we're designing these things and writing HTML or writing CSS. So we want to design for our entire community, everyone. So who does that include? That'll include screen reader users. So some assistive technology that will dictate the web page to you. We have low vision users and maybe colorblind users. We want to consider those folks. Some people use only a keyboard, but no mouse, and we want to really consider like how we tab through the components on our website and if things can be focusable or not be focusable. So we want to think about those kind of users. And then screen sizes, like we got a ton of them in this day and age. So we want to think about everybody. When we're designing these customizations, it's easy to look at it on our big work computer screens and on our brand new browsers, Chrome 105s or whatever, and think it looks good, but we're not always considering all the screen sizes, which we should. So if you're working on a customization, check it with various screen sizes. See if it looks good on a cell phone or on a tablet. You also have to remember that not everybody has a really fast internet connection. So there's probably a lot of rural libraries out there with slower internet still, unfortunately. Those are users we want to consider. And then older browsers. Like I said, it's easy to be in the newest version of Chrome and see that everything works and looks good. We have to remember that not everybody uses the same browser. Which leads me to this tool, not in Koha, KohaCon22.com. This is great if you have CSS pseudo classes or jQuery methods, and you could just search for them here, and it gives you this nice little indicator of how many browsers support that particular thing. This one, for example, has like 56% global support. So although I really wish we could use has, we can't yet. The support's not there, but maybe one day. So a lot of times when we're doing customizations, we're going to be writing HTML. What should we consider when we're doing so? I always take snippets of HTML that I write for customizations and throw them into a validator like this one from W3 Schools. Just to make sure your HTML is actually good and valid. When we add images, we should always be adding alt text to describe to screen readers. what that image means, if it has any meaning. Just a couple little examples here that I sometimes see, like these center tags, which will work and center elements on your page in your customization. But as you can see here, if I throw it in a validator, it says error, center element is obsolete. Use CSS instead. That's the same with this break element, which I see a lot and used to create space between two HTML elements. Whenever we're doing anything visually, we should always use CSS. Yeah. Oh, and ARIA is something to consider too. And this is just a set of HTML standards for accessibility that allow us to take HTML elements that may not have meaning and give them meaning with HTML attributes like role. We can take this sort of meaningless span element and make it into a checkbox. We can also use ARIA to sort of define the state of things. Is this checkbox checked? Is it not checked? And tab index for our keyboard users. Are we building something that we want to be focusable? If so, we want to use the tab index attribute to give our HTML meaning to everyone, to all of our users. Oh, and then CSS, this one's one of my favorites. But CSS can largely be about color. So one of the big things here is think about color contrast for all our different low vision users, or then there are plenty of tools out there to help with color contrast. Google Color Contrast Checker. There's also browser extensions to do this, and we can just plug in a foreground color and a background color and tell us if it's accessible or not. If we should maybe adjust some of those colors so they are. I think Chrome DevTools has the color contrast checkers built into them now too. So there's a lot of options here, and it's really easy to check. So when you're building things and adding new colors, this is always something you want to consider. And then fonts. I struggled a lot when I first started working in Koha into where I should put fonts. I've settled on the best place to put them is in OPAC user CSS, like you see here with a @ import. And I love Google fonts. There's a ton of them. And this is just an example of how I will usually do things on almost every OPAC I design. I will import the font and define the main font I want to use in the body tag. And then after that, if I want to use a different font on different elements, I will define those next in the CSS. Again, all this is in OPAC user CSS. Oh, some more just cool things and sort of quality of life things in CSS that I like to use. These are custom properties or like CSS variables, which are super handy in that we can just define things. And my examples here are color, but you can do this with fonts and margins and all kinds of things. But I will define my custom colors right here at the top. And then I will, instead of when I call that color, I will do it like this. That way, if I ever have to go and change a color, I don't have to go through my CSS file and look for 88 different lines that have the color on it. I just change it in one place, and like voila, all the colors are changed. Screen sizes, we talked about that a little bit, and there are a bunch of common breakpoints for mobile devices, tablets, different screens, big ones, and we should just be aware of those. And when needed, we can use these, like the example here, CSS media queries, which will apply CSS only at certain widths. In this case, 769 pixels or less. So as you're adjusting your screen, when things don't look right, you can add these media queries and make everything look right at all the different screen sizes. Oh, and Bootstrap 4, this is in Koha natively. So the CSS is already in there. The JavaScript's already in there. So you don't really have to know a lot about those things, and you can still add these really cool components to your Koha OPAC. And got a link up there to the Bootstrap 4 components. There's all kinds of things here that we can use and just simply cut and paste, really, maybe take out the placeholder text, replace it with the content that we want, and throw it on our OPAC. This is an example of tabs. So these tab panels that are either hidden or shown. So in this case, we can show one cover flow at a time, but have 3 on the page that users can pick from. I use these, but I just straight copied all of this from the Bootstrap website. And there's a ton of stuff out there. There's carousels and nav bars and all kinds of cool stuff. And here's one more example. This is a progress bar. I use this one because we can see that it is using some of the ARIA stuff, roles, and ARIA values. So when you copy and paste this stuff and replace placeholder content with your own content, it's great because you can be assured that you're meeting a certain accessibility threshold because it's all already built in there for you. Bootstrap's done all the work. And Jesse, you going to talk a little bit about branding?
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Lucas. So Lucas showed us some really great examples of how we can customize our OPACs and tie that in. And now we're going to talk a little bit about how you can personalize your library brand. So the first thing we're thinking about is, why are we personalizing our brand and why is it important? It builds credibility. So when your patrons and your users and your students come to your website or your OPAC, they recognize things, your library stands out to them, and it encourages loyalty. So, whether they're out, maybe your library is close to another neighboring library, they recognize that, that logo or that image. The other thing we want to think about is like how we can keep the personalization for your library. One of the biggest things we always try to do is keep your voice and your message consistent, across the platform. So whether it's your website or your OPAC, you want to keep that consistency. Also bring out your personality. Think about all the amazing things that your library offers and the staff that you have that are out there supporting it, like bring that personality to life. And then of course, transparency, right? We want to keep everything easy for our users to find. Lucas showed a couple examples on the OPAC where we have those links that take us out to other information, or maybe a quick snippet that tells them how to log into the OPAC. We want to keep that concise so it makes it easy for them and not overwhelm them with a lot of words. And then of course, pushing it out on social media, whether you're sharing a link to your OPAC or your website, get that message out there because that'll reach a lot of people. This is a Koha user, Huntsville, Madison County in Alabama, and we love what they have done. So that's their logo over there in the upper left-hand corner. And then you can see they did this little campaign to raise some money, and they sold some books, book bags, some mugs, and some t-shirts, and they tied that logo in. You'll see it on their website, on their OPAC, and it's just a really nice way to tie all of those things together. We're always looking for great examples that we can share. So now what we'll do is we're going to show some examples to you of some websites and some OPACs that have really beautiful seamless integration. We'll show you how to market some third-party products. So all those great subscriptions or databases that you're subscribing to, and then how to easily highlight those resources for your users. So this first one is Bossier Parish Libraries in Louisiana. This is their library website. So you can see that they have embed the catalog search bar so people can easily search for a title right from that main page. They can go over to their account, log in, and it's giving them really easy access. And then of course, they're highlighting other information from that main screen. They have their upcoming events. On this next one, now we're going to take a look at their OPAC. So you can see that consistency that they kept with that search bar to make it really easy for them to find it. And again, this is another cover flow that Barbara's going to go into more detail in her presentation about. But you can list as many of those interactions that you want them to have, whether you're highlighting, new adult nonfiction or, DVDs, whatever it is. This is a great way to bring that information in. Our next example here is Spalding University Library. Now, this is their library website page. So this is linking out where they can search everything, or ebooks or journals or databases. Now, if we transition over to their OPAC, again, you're going to see that seamless integration. So the student, in essence, isn't really noticing if they're going from one place to the next. They can still perform that search. They have some beautiful customizations down below that take them and show like hours for different locations within the Learning Resource Center. You'll see at the top, links that take them out to the course reserves or their authority search, and they're just keeping that consistent look between the website and the OPAC. Our next example here is Clover Park Technical College in Washington State. This is their Learning Resource Center. So this is their website for the library, which links them out again where they can perform the search or link out to other options that are available for students like Canvas, contacting the librarian. And then this is their OPAC. So another really nice way that you can connect with your users and keep that consistency is if you have a chat widget. If you're using Library Chat or Help3 or OLARC or any of those chat services out there, this is a great way that you can either have it pop up from the bottom, slide out, or pop out from the right or left. Some people just have like a little icon at the bottom. And this is a nice way that you can keep that connection to your students or your users within the system. And again, you'll see here they have quick information that takes them out to how they can log in, and of course, the hours for the library. Our next example here is Galveston College in Texas, and this is their library website. So again, they're keeping that search bar there for the user to perform that search. And then they also have links that take them out to their chat, and then those quick links over there on the right-hand side. If we transition over to their OPAC, you'll see that same thing. Now, right as we were taking that screenshot, their chat widget popped up for us to chat. So you can see that chat option over there on the right-hand side. Again, hours and some quick links over here on the left, and then one iteration of that cover flow in the center of the screen. And this is probably something that we're always searching for to get good examples. I love the recently returned one. I think that is such a great idea for people to just go in and browse through those titles. Our last example here is, this is our kind of our model site that Lucas puts all of the amazing work that he's done on, so we could highlight some of the cool things. So this iteration of cover flow is pulling in where they can see those titles that are available. We have the hours and the contact information. And then of course, over on the right underneath the login, options that take people out to like Koha Community, the wiki, Bywater Solutions tutorial videos, just to like highlight all of that information in there. Lucas mentioned EDS as one of the plugins earlier, and Kelly's going to do a presentation on plugins tomorrow and talk a lot about them. But this is a great way, if you do have the discovery service with EBSCO, that you can integrate that information right into the search. You'll notice that the options up top we have is either search the catalog or search the databases, and you can have those in a drop-down form or switching back and forth between the two. And one of the really great things about the plugin is it allows you to customize those facets. So you'll notice it looks a little bit different than what we're traditionally used to seeing in the OPAC for facets. It allows them to narrow down by full text, or expand, or a source type, or a publisher, or even a content provider. E-content integration. How many of us have Overdrive or Hoopla or Cloud Library? Right. And are you turning that integration on so it pulls those results into the OPAC? Yes. All right. So these are great ways that you can turn that on. You can also customize that message. So instead of it just being like a link that they might miss, you can make it stand out with either a box or some highlighted text. So it makes it easier for them to click on that information and then see that information in there. The really nice thing you also want to turn on is make sure that you have that overdrive circulation turned on if you do use overdrive, and that allows them to authenticate once they're logged in, and then they can check items right out from that overdrive screen so they can see that information. They don't have to leave to go out to the overdrive website, or if they're on their phone on, if they're on Libby, they can do it all within the Koha OPAC. Of course, when they do go to Libby to read it, they can still see that information in there. In this example, we have Hoopla circulation on. So if you have Hoopla, this is a great way to bring in your information into the system. This will give you a pop-up so the user can, again, check items out, and they can see that information in their account summary. So once we log into the OPAC, you'll be able to see that information for Overdrive. Cloud Library is another option. If you have that e-content provider, you can bring it in. And then, of course, Hoopla. The user can see that item here. They can check it out. They can also check things back in. So we just want to thank you all for listening and sharing some of these ideas. All of our notes and presentation links and all the code that Lucas has written, you can either scan that QR code or just go to the bit.ly, and that has all of our information, like some tutorials on how to set them up. If you want to set up a digital library card like Prosper, or some of that stuff, all of it's in there.
All right, before they sit down, does anybody have any questions about anything that they presented? I'm gonna have you come up here so you can use the mic. You're gonna drill your own colleagues here. Okay.
I missed when that pages enhancement was coming.
2211.
2211. Okay, thank you.
I had a couple of quick questions. First of all, when you're using the barcodes on the digital barcodes, do you normally have to have special barcode scanners to read those correctly?
So that's actually using a JavaScript library called JS Barcode. And there's a bunch of barcodes that you can use there. So if your scanners are code 39 or any of the other types, you can use all of those different barcode types. So usually there's going to be something that you can find in there that's going to work with your particular scanner.
Okay. So most of them should read from the screen without any trouble.
What's that?
Most of them should read from the screen itself without any trouble.
In most cases, yes. I've ran into some cases where there is trouble. It's usually the barcode reader.
Okay.
But yes.
My other quick question was, is there a web address where we can go to see the Bywater test site that you've set up with some of those different things?
Yeah, that's it's on. Yeah. It's,
okay. Thank you.
And just to clarify, the barcode scanners, usually if it's reading the barcode as an image, they'll read them off of the phones and screens better. If it's one of the older ones, it's just this line. It tends to not read those off the screen as well.
That's my experience too, Michael, is that you're going to need 2D barcode scanners to scan off of a screen that a 1D line scanner won't do. So it's going to depend on what kind of barcode scanners you have at each library. And I know in your situation with what, like 50 libraries, 51 libraries, I don't know if you guys are making sure that they all have the exact same scanners. My guess is you're not, because I'm in the same situation. So there were some comments online. The most comments were about the pages. Everybody is excited for pages. And then there were comments too about the mark enhancements. Heather Hernandez was very excited about the mark, being able to put any mark field on the screen in the display in the OPAC. So
yeah, that's really awesome.
Online, there were just comments, no questions. So thanks.
All right, anybody else? All right, thank you very much. All right. Our next presentation is going to be, let's see here, we are at 11:22. Our next presentation is at 1 o'clock. And so we are just about, well, we're a little early for our lunch, but we're going to take a little bit extended lunch break. We will gather back here at 1 o'clock. So lunch is on your own. And if you have joined our GroupMe chat, you can throw out some suggestions for gathering together for lunch. And it looks like George has something to add.
Well, I wanted to mention that everybody got their name badges and their ribbons. You know, one of the ribbons is for sponsors, the red, white, and blue ribbon. So if you see anybody that's got a name tag that's got the sponsor ribbon on it, be sure to thank them for sponsoring the conference, because we wouldn't be able to do it without the help of the sponsors and without the money that they donated to get the sponsor ribbons. So be sure to thank them. You'll see a lot of people will have the green tag that says ask me. If you have any questions about Koha, they're the people to ask. And the white ribbons that say host, if you see any of those are the people that are actually from Lawrence. And so if you have any questions about what's a good place to eat, how do I get to someplace, they're the people to ask for that. There is one other ribbon, the first time attendees ribbon. So a lot of people have those. So if you see those, be sure to say welcome and introduce yourself. A lot of us know each other because we see each other online all the time. Some of us have known each other since before we were using Koha. But you know, that's the most fun about being at these in-person conferences, getting to know each other. So say hi to some stranger and have fun.
Before you take off, George reminded me. So how many of you here are first-time attenders? Excellent. Well, welcome to your first conference, and thank you for joining us. And with that, we're going to go ahead and George, are we going to lock the area, or is somebody going to stay here during the lunchtime? If nobody's going to be here, we'll make sure that the place is locked. Otherwise, we will keep somebody here to make sure if you're leaving behind anything that it's secure. So with that said, go ahead and enjoy a wonderful lunch, and we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. It's a very loud, powerful voice. All right, we're gonna get started. I hope everybody had a great lunch. I probably had the best burger in my life. So that was pretty awesome. Thank you, George. The burger stand. So, all right. So 1 o'clock, we are yet in another recording, adoption, implementation, and data migration, Lagos State University Library Experience. I'm not going to even try and pronounce the name because I know I'm going to just slaughter it. So we're going to just roll with that. Jason, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me at this KohaCon Conference 2022, holding here at Lawrence, Kansas, USA. The title of my presentation is Koha Adoption, Implementation, and Data Migration, Lagos State University Library Experience. My name is Adegoroye Adebola Oluwamayokun. I'm a librarian too, working presently at the Technical Service Department of Fatiu Ademola Akesode Library, Lagos State University, Nigeria. Fatiu Ademola Akesode Library, LASU, was established in the year 1984 and located in the city of Lagos, Nigeria, the Center for Excellence. Fatiu Ademola Akesode Library is an academic library. Koha, as an open source software, has impacted greatly on the services and routine of Fatiu Ademola Akesode Library, LASU, and has received wide acceptance from both library staff and students after the implementation and data migration into the Koha software. Lagos State University Library, Fatiu Ademola Akesode Library, migrated from Alice for Windows to Koha software, and this has brought about a complete change in the library workplace. All routines of the library has been fully computerized, and now the library can boast fully of a functional virtual library service. This study adopted a survey design using questionnaires as the instrument for gathering its data and also to sample the user's opinion on the Koha utilization, on their general perception on the use of Koha, and also to evaluate the level of satisfaction of library staff. There were 244 respondents, which consist of 37 library staffs, which also includes librarians as well as library officers, and also 207 undergraduates and postgraduate students participated in this study. And this study revealed that the level of satisfaction and utilization by library staff were very high due to the friendly interface of the Koha software. Some of the other software packages used generally in Nigerian university libraries, especially in academic libraries, includes SLAM, Koha, Virtua, Alice, ILM, Library Plus, Library Concourse, EDIS, KUMAC, and many others. The software package formerly used in Fatiu Ademola Akesode Library was Alice for Windows, but this had a few limitations, which includes the fact that it was not user-friendly, it is not integrated, it does not support, the OPAC does not support RSS speed. The users also cannot register from the OPAC, unlike Koha. Also, unlike Koha, which has the Library of Congress search button, the Z3950 SRU button, it does not support features like pooling of data from such sites. Data migration in Fatiu Ademola Akesode Library was done by importing bibliographic details of book materials using the search button Z3950/SRU on the Koha software. Also, some data migration were done manually as a result of the fact that some of them were not found on the Library of Congress page. Also, libraries that are attached, other libraries that are attached to Fatiu Ademola Akesode Library, like some of its college libraries and other branch libraries in other locations, had their holdings converted into Excel formats and was imputed into the Koha software. So this data migration was done by a group of professionals as well as paraprofessionals in the cataloging and classification unit of the technical service department after they had been given sufficient training. The software packages currently in use in the universities, in the university libraries in Nigeria are represented in the graph, and Koha is shown to be ranked the highest amongst all of these softwares. And we can see that Koha ranked to about 87% from the findings of this presentation. Koha ranked 87%. Also, from the results of the findings, Koha adoption was basically done by librarians as well as library officers, and also postgraduate and undergraduate students within the university. 9% of the librarians were represented, 6% of library officers, 28% of postgraduates, and 57% of the undergraduates. The results of the findings also shows that there's a high level of Koha adoption in Fatiu Ademola Akesode Library by the library staff, which includes the librarians and the library officers. And this shows that the level of satisfaction was about 85%. Also, from the results of the findings, we can see that Koha performance also ranked to about 87%, while we had just about 2% or 1% of the population that were not sure and that were not certain about their results of the performance. The interface of the OPAC in Lagos State University Library, Fatiu Ademola Akesode Library, is depicted there in the next slide. And the next slide also shows a search result from the OPAC, which is connected to the open software of Koha, as indicated in the slide below. The interface of Koha contains the circulation module, the cataloging module, the patron module, the serial module, the acquisition module, the report module, the tool module, the Koha administration, about Koha, the authority, and the list. All of these were included in the training section done with the librarians and the library officers within Fatiu Ademola Akesode Library. The next slide shows the search interface of a particular subject area on accounting, and it shows about 433 results. That is the holdings of the library. A section of training was held in the Fatiu Ademola Akesode Library for its librarians and library officers, and is depicted in the slide. Also, a group discussion was done by some of the librarians and library officers after the training. In conclusion, the adoption, implementation, and migration of data using the Koha open software has helped to build a new image for Fatiu Ademola Akesode Library LASU. And this has also altered the way in which library routine is being carried out, and the way in which the library provides its services to its patrons. And also, it has elevated the standing of this library amongst the greatest academic libraries in the southwest of Nigeria, and also gave it a high ranking throughout the continent of Africa. Thank you so much for your time. Please forward your questions to my mail. Thank you.
All right. I have a little bit of a time filler here because this was supposed to be a half-an-hour presentation, so we've got a little extra time here, but I wanted to mention that we had some other presentations that were about implementation. We didn't want to fill up the first 2 days with implementation presentations. So you will find those other presentations. They will be online on Thursday and Friday at 8:30. So we migrated those over to those days if you want to hear other implementation stories. Okay. Barbara, do we have any announcements or anything that we want to use this time for, or are we going to just have a mini break until the next presentation?
We can have a mini break, obviously. So I'm going to off the cuff say that earlier, and I don't remember who because my brain is fried from this planning this conference, but how important it is to get involved in Bugzilla. And I think maybe we're going to have something this week. Are we going to have anything on bug? Wonderful. Because getting involved in the community in that way is a really great way to push features forward and to see, you know, to just make new developments and make Koha work the best it can for everybody. So there's my filler pitch.
All right, so it'll be about 15 minutes before our next presenter. Oh, I see. All right, folks, brace yourself. Here's Fred.
Okay, some of you may have heard this before. And unfortunately, I can't get my iPad to connect, and I haven't memorized this. So I use this as a fundraiser in I think it was Portland. Okay, is that better? You know, $10 and you can leave the room. It is a poem about scratch-off access codes found in medical textbooks. You can give your $10 to John, who's there. He's waving. Don't know if any of you have dealt with scratch-off access codes. You know, bit of silver, and then you can register it, and then you can read some extra stuff online, except they never actually thought about libraries using books. When these are medical textbooks, so I guess they figure, oh, the students will buy them with their enormous grants. But anyway, this poem sort of arose, metastasized. Someone had the lights, I'd ask them to turn it down to make it more crepuscular, but never mind. Once upon a Tuesday dreary, while I cataloged weak and weary over many a new and heavy volume of medical lore, while I cataloged nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as if something gently rapping on my office door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping on my office door. Only this and nothing more. Ah, distinctly I remember, it was in the bleak November, and each lasting, dying light bulb left a shadow on the floor. Wakened now was I from napping, still I heard the gentle tapping. "Is anybody there," I said, "who needs the revised APGAR score?" I left my cup beside the keyboard, stood and opened wide the door. A book truck there, and nothing more. Then I realized the tapping came from scores of pages flapping, covers colorfully proclaiming access to resources more. Register this access code and utilize our online mode. New to this, I wondered, pondered, thought about this online caper. Saw a sticker firmly fixed upon the front paste down and paper, silver there, and nothing more. This book has no indices, no chapter notes. It's all a tease. All that content is online, not like the olden days of yore. Go and get a coin or scraper, scrape off the concealing crepe, for underneath you'll find a code to get you through the secret door. J37MVLUWM854, KSQ 9854. Click here to agree to license. Eternal access is so past tense. With this book, you get 3 years, thrice 12 months, and nothing more. Fleeting access is the norm, and vigilant websites are dormant. My eyes, they fixed upon the statement. Terror seeped into my core, thinking thoughts no cataloger ever had to think before. Should I show this book the door? Look, on the verso of the title page is information vital. ANSI standard Z3948 from 1984. The pages here are free from acid. Chemicals in here are placid, and they're guaranteed to last for centuries or even more. In libraries, they'll sit through months and years in peace and even war till we are dust and never more. Libraries, the license mocked me. Clearly, its omission shocked me. These books are made for single users, just one person, not one more. I'm afraid you're on your own here. There's no use to whine and moan here. I wished so for a brief nepenthe, sought my cup, but it was empty. No Assam or Tippy Yunnan, Irish breakfast, golden mouton, just a cup and nothing more. Thing of evil, book with barcode. Now you have a near and far code. Access anywhere online from mountaintop to furthest shore. Depending on the internet, ubiquity is far from met. Sometimes the signal cannot penetrate a single wall or floor. A book complete goes anywhere. To use it all is not a chore. Just a plain book, nevermore. I turned to my computer screen, went to the website, blue and green, and tried to register the book for access to content galore. I sprang away and shrieked with terror. I saw internal server error. Is this how publishers maintain their sites to give us access more? Will every user see this screen when accessing this knowledge store? An error message, nothing more. Now new books are incomplete. Their licensing terms you must meet. $200 for a book with things online you can see for just 3 short years, then it expires in digital funereal pyres. All that content is online, not like the olden days of yore. All that content is online, not like the golden days of yore. Just a plain book, nevermore.
All right, thank you, Fred. And that, folks, is what happens when we don't have a long enough presentation. So, all right, we are waiting for our next presenter. He's actually supposed to be presenting live online. So, George, have we heard from him yet? Okay. All right. So unless we hear from him soon, I'm going to do some song and dance up here. No, I am just to review. So we are going until 4:45, 5 o'clock tonight, and tomorrow we have a full day ahead of us as well. And tomorrow we have our cultural event, which is a baseball game. How many of you in here have signed up for that? Awesome. Okay. If you haven't, I know that we're not doing any more rides on that, but you are welcome if you have a way to get there. I think they would still be selling tickets, wouldn't they? Oh, yeah. Okay. So don't listen to George. Okay, so yeah, you can jump in on that still, but you will have to find your own ride to that. Otherwise, again, I want to encourage folks to jump in on the group me text and find ways to connect with others in the group. Let's see here. I want to take a moment here just to point out on page 8, in addition to our wonderful sponsors below, Bywater had provided some great recommendations, and I just summarized them all down there under the cheat codes. So you'll find that there, and make sure you check out the map on page 9 if you need to find your way around for some of the parking or hotels or our location here. Let's see here. So let's see here, Barbara, that's it for my improvisation, unless we want to hear from Fred again. He says what? Okay. So it looks like our presenter may be joining us in just a moment. So also I wanted to point out tomorrow, while we're waiting for sure, tomorrow at 10:15, we're going to have a panel with our special interest group leaders. Hope you will join us for that. And then we also have our koha-US monthly general meeting at that's 10:45. Everybody is welcome to that, but that is our national user group general meeting. So we'll be holding that at that time. But like I said, everybody is welcome to come, find out what we're all about and what we're doing, what we're up to. And any progress at? Oh, he's on. Okay. So before he jumps in here, this is going to be Shura Afzal Khan from Koha, Pakistan for Koha implementation in GHQ Central Library. And he'll be on in just a second here.
Are you listening to me clearly? Hello?
Sure, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you very much. My voice
All
is
right.
clear to you? Yeah, hello. My screen is clear to you?
Sure, you can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Sher Afzal, and I'm a president and founder Koha Pakistan. Today, I will share with you my experience, which I have been implemented recently in Pakistan Army Headquarters Library. So first of all, I'm very much thankful to all of you for having me to share my presentation with you people. Unfortunately, this time I try my level best to be in person in USA again, but unfortunately, due to some reason, I could not make it happen. So my study is the study apprised the implementation of Koha in Pakistan Army Headquarters in Central Library, and went further to enumerate and discuss the challenges faced in the implementation, that is installation, project management, customization, data migration, computer server issue, LAN and WAN issue, security issues, and customization of the software accordingly to the need of this special library. The lesson learned and the experience gained would stand and implement in similar kind of projects. So I will discuss. This is a big library in the Army institution in Pakistan, and we have done successfully migrated all the data as well as users, circulation, and books data.
Just a moment, sure. Just wanted to make sure you're not sharing your slides, just so you know.
Oh, yes. One minute, please. Now it's clear.
Nope, we're just seeing your folder.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just a minute.
stop your share and then share the presentation.
Yes. Just a minute. Please, just a minute. Now, let me know it's clear now, my slide.
No, you're gonna have to stop your share and then
Again, I can.
reshare.
Okay, I'm stopping. Okay, you can share now.
Go ahead and share your presentation slide now.
Okay. Now
There
it's
we
clear.
go. Perfect. Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. As I discussed, we have done this project recently. I have done many projects for the past 1 year, but this one is the biggest project in the history of Pakistan Army institution. This is the biggest library of Army headquarters, Pakistan Army headquarters library. It's a special library, and it's only for the army personnel, retires, and the family they are living in surrounding. They are using this library. This is the one of the biggest library. This is the building of this library compound. It's a 3-story building, and you can see this is a beautiful library, central library of Army institution. So I will discuss about the Army Central Library. The library was established in 1947, and this is quite amazing. This Pakistan was also coming to being in 1947. This library was also established in 1947. This is the biggest library of Pakistan Army headquarters with more than 100,000 physical collection and 400,000 e-books archived from 1958 and rare books on military history, partition, strategic studies, Islamic study, and general books. The library is must visit by thousands of military persons serving in the GHQ. GHQ means General Headquarters, Rawalpindi Cantonment. It has a large collection of books, magazines, chronicles, and papers. Completely meets the thirst of knowledge of huge symbol of serving and retired soldier in Rawalpindi in Islamabad. It is a 3-story building with equipped modern library facility. There are different sections in the library, that is common reading hall, digital library, ID video section, special person section, presentation hall, offices, and individual study and research cubicles. As I discussed, there was before this library, we will discuss about what is the history of Army Central Library in automation. The Pakistan Army Headquarters Central Library has started automation in migration of data works by using the Koha Integrated Library Management System on 2021. Before the Koha, the library used in the house library management software. The software was locally developed and was not filled for the current day requirements of library. After a comprehensive and detailed meeting and proposal, the library management finally chose Koha Integrated Library Management System, and for the implementation, the project was awarded to Koha Pakistan and Full Stack Solution, which I am leading, and I am a consultant of these. This is one of the top complete library solution provider in Pakistan for this wonderful library. Need for the new integrated library management system. There was several problems faced due to the existing software for routine works of the library user-based services. Some of the major problems are lack of web-OPAC modules for browser-based searching throughout the organization, lack of good configuration features to set circulation privileges for various type of user, lacking more feature and flexibility related to file management, alerts, reservation of books, advanced search, and other day-to-day library operation. Lacking user-friendly and non-standard cataloging module, lack of feature related to barcode in user ID card generation and configuration. Integration with RFID, email notification, automated circulation, shelving location, international standard cataloging, user management, and different other issues with the existing software. It's it's very commonly here that the library, which was established in 1947, was still using the old library management system, and there were no any management system in the library before till 70 years. So they come forward and they are now using Koha Integrated Library Management System in their library. The AUCL choose Koha with some reason, because Koha is the world-best open source library automation software used by over 5,000 plus academic, public, and special library across the world. In Pakistan, there are many libraries like Pakistan Army Central Library, Bahrain University, EAR, IIOU, PWeb, National Provincial Assemblies, and so on. Many libraries are using Koha nowadays in Pakistan. Koha is the first free software library automation packages in worldwide. Its development is street by growing community of users collaborating to archive their technology goals. Koha feature set continue to evolve and expand to meet the need of its user base. All these modules which are being integrated by available in the Koha, the management of Army Central Library choose Koha for their library. Due to the aforementioned modules and function, the AUCL goes live with the Koha Integrated Library Management System. What was the project or plan? Because this was a big library and the data and other users was not available so easily. They were using Fox Pro library software, and it is very hectic job to implement this project easily. A working plan was developed for the Koha installation successfully at AUCL. The data was approximate 100,000 of books, physical books, and 15,000 of active user and migration. Migration of all LMS to Koha through the MARC standard protocol was carried out accordingly. There was some circulation records in the old system, and this was the biggest issue to migrate this accordingly. Different systematic and project management techniques were adopted for the projects. The implementation work was started in 2021 April, and it was scheduled to complete within 6 months. Following work plan was developed to implement this project successfully. Installation of latest version of Koha with latest server machine, data migration from old Fox Pro system to Koha, data migration of patron and circulation, operational of all module as per the international standard, and organization need a comprehensive hands-on training program for the library and IT staff. The major challenges was gain reasonable knowledge of the local developed LMS system architecture and install Koha on Linux server machine. The latest Linux server machine was designed and developed in order to install Koha. We faces different issues while installation and making the Linux server, that is compatibility of Ubuntu server configuration as per the organization needs and networking. A testing server was made in order to test the data and all other technical works for the periods of 1 month. Configuration, administration, and management was done accordingly to the requirements of the software and library. These installation and customization of the Koha server machine, the installation of Koha is a traditional way to complex job. During installation, you will face many problems, bugs, and errors. To solve these issues, I have developed a live DVD of Koha complete installation for the Alliance community. But nowadays, we are not using this live DVD for, we are using through the command line. The case of ACL was totally different and for the installation, first we made the latest version of Linux server machine and then install the Koha through command line. After the successful installation, the next part of the project, data migration from all LMS to Koha, was started, which was a very challengeable task. The data migration was very challenging task. First, we should know about the old LMS which were using Fox Pro. I have in-depth study for that system, and that we have migrated all the data from Fox Pro to Excel, and after that we have successfully migrated along with other some important fields to Koha through MARC edit softwares. The third step was the training of library staff. We have done according to the LIGBIN in 1990s, the critical elements to achieve success after implementation program is to educate the user to effectively utilize the software. Accordingly, we have planned a 30-day training, hands-on training session for the entire library staff. And for that, we have trained the library staff with all the module, with all the functionality which we have installed in this library. So we have done a comprehensive 30 days training to the library staff, and now the operational is completely successfully running the system in this library. This is the picture of OPAC, which are being used in locally because some security reason, the army personnel not allowed to outside the campus, outside the organization. So we have now the Koha is now only available through intranet with the entire Army Central Library along with the other surrounding communities. This is the image of Koha which we are now using in this library. Summary and finding: there is no doubt the automation of library activity enhance the library operation and services. Converting all outdated system with the new and latest system is very crucial. The Army Central Library succeed in the migration of data from old system to the new Koha integrated library management system. Koha is an international standard open source software and has those functionality which can fulfill the library automation needs of all kind of the library. Other librarian can easily implement Koha in their libraries. The data conversion of old system like Parks Pro to Koha will help other librarian to implement Koha in their library. And integration with RFID is now easily for those who already use Koha in their libraries. Conclusion, different studies have revealed that Koha software is suitable for automation of all kinds of libraries effectively. The lesson learned and the experience gained could further be explored, documented, and communicated to implement a similar kind of system in various places. This is a big project in the military institution libraries within Pakistan, and it will help other librarians to implement Koha in a practical way to their libraries. I have done this project within 6 months, and the data was migrated for all to new system. The practice will influence librarian to learn Koha and implement in their libraries. Librarian might be able to plan a similar project with some of the migration outsourced. The author would be glad to talk to the librarian considering migration to Koha across the country as well as across the globe. We have done similar project as I discussed with the last 1 year during this periods. We have done Pakistan Army Headquarters Central Library. We have automated this library through Koha Integrated Library Management System. We have done Command and Staff College Quetta Library, which is the oldest institution of Pakistan Army. Girijan Library, Sialkot, Pakistan Air Force Academy Nowshera, Girijan Cadet College Quad, the Lawrence College, the PUF Pakistan Ordnance Factory Public Library, and School of Artillery Camp Nowshera, GHQ Law Departments, and so on. We have also successful done many projects other in contribution to adopt Koha since 2008. We have done 50 plus successful implementation in Pakistan as well as 4 projects abroad like Africa and Dubai and UAE. Developed live DVDs, 3 version 5 LS communities, successfully organized 3 Koha campuses within Pakistan, successfully organized KohaCon22 International Campus in Pakistan, which is the first time international campus of Koha in Pakistan. Established a vibrant Koha community which is called Koha Pakistan. Conducted more than 100 plus training workshop for the LS community, and we have also established our Facebook and groups in community as well. This was the campus which last year has been done in Pakistan. This is the web page of this campus. Unfortunately, due to the COVID, some of friends will miss miss this opportunity. But we have done successfully this project. And this one is the group picture of last KohaCon International Campus, which is being done in Pakistan. So thank you very much for listening me and for having me. Any question from your side, I will be happy to address you. Thank you very much.
Any questions for sure? All right, sure. Thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you very much, sir. Again, unfortunately, I could not happen to meet in person this time. We will be try our level best to participate next annual conference and will be meet my friends and a special greeting from Pakistan. And I wish a successful 2022 international conference. And thank you very much again for the koha-US to having me to online me to interact with my Koha community across the globe. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Sure, I know that he worked very hard to get here, but it just didn't happen. And we had a number of presenters and other people who wanted to attend, and they faced issues in getting to the conference this year, but we're there with them in spirit.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So our next presentation is going to be at 2 o'clock. And that's, I don't even know what time it is now. What time is it? Okay, so a 13-minute break, and the next presentation will be at 2, and it will be Nick Clemens from Bywater Solutions. So be sure to come back at 2 o'clock. Okay, welcome back. We're going to get started with our next presentation, but before that, I want to let you know that out of all the online comments so far, Fred's poem has generated the most of comments. So there you go. So next we have a person that we're not really sure who he is because he didn't really register for this conference, even though he is here to present. So we're going to let him do that. Nick Clemens from Bywater Solutions, doing assessing and improving Koha performance. Also, we do know that there is a typo in the description of the program.
Thank you. Yeah, so in the interest of performance, I didn't take the time to register. I was just trying to save that little bit. I knew I was going to be here. So I am Nick Clemens. I'm one of the developers at Bywater. I have been a Koha developer for several years. I have been a former release maintainer. I'm on the QA team, and I refer to myself as a sonic screwdriver, which means you can point me at a problem, and I'll make a lot of noise, and something will happen. I don't know what. So basically, I just want to talk a little bit about the performance of Koha and what we've been doing with that. I've been working on this for like the past year. We've had a lot of newer libraries, larger libraries, and libraries that have been on Koha for a long time. As that happens, we kind of see new issues where somebody with a lot of data or somebody with a lot of historical data can see things get a little bit slower. Sorry. So basically, there's really three steps that we kind of go through when we're talking about looking at Koha performance. First of all, you have to identify the issue. What module is it in Koha? What role does it play, and kind of what's happening there? Two, pinpoint the bottleneck. What is going on in the code? What's happening there that's slowing it down? And what do we really need the code to output in the end? And three is proposing a remedy, where we have to balance the performance with coding guidelines and with the user needs. So TLDR, the three things that I'm really going to talk about are using Nightprof and Benchmark, which are Perl tools that help you evaluate how fast your code is running and see what's going on under the hood. The second is using Test Builder. Test Builder is a technical piece of software that we use within Koha in our tests to create objects, but we can use it here when we're testing performance to kind of fill in our test Koha so that we have things to test. And three, it's just that when we're developing Koha and we're working on Koha, we need to think big. We need to remember that there are libraries with lots of data, consortiums with lots of libraries, and just consortia with lots of needs. And so they kind of compound the big data, the big libraries. So the first step, of course, is identifying the issue. There's a couple things that can happen here. It can be something where we get a report from the library. This can either come from the staff or the patrons, or it's something that we just happen to see on Bugzilla. Now, I don't know if everyone out there is registered on Bugzilla. We're going to talk about that later. But it is important that when you have these performance issues, to file them on Bugzilla. That's the way that you can let all the developers out there know. And you can kind of if you promote that bug, find out the other users who are experiencing this, so we can see if it's kind of a widespread issue or if it's something narrow to your library and something that you use. The second way that we find things is when developers find them through what I like to call spelunking, which is either when we're testing other bugs, we'll kind of just see something and we'll say, hey, we could make that better. Or when we're writing a new code, we need to kind of keep this in mind, and we can end up seeing other things as we add our new code to the system. So the first piece of software, which I think is really cool, I know this is a really exciting slide for all of you, is Nightprof. These are the simple instructions on how to set it up. Just pulling up my notes. When I talk about using Nightprof, I talk about excluding everything from Plaque. Plaque is a tool that Koha uses to speed things up. I like to test performance outside of Plaque because it tends to highlight the problem and make it a little bit easier to see. But what does Nightprof do? It makes flames. Yeah, flames are cool, everybody. What this graph actually does, this is showing you visually the loading of a page in Koha. And what you can kind of see is by how wide any one of these stacks are, it's showing you the percentage of time that is spent in that part of Koha. When you have this longer one, you can kind of see then all the little pieces and which parts of that take up the most time. This is a really useful tool for developers, and I highly encourage using it because it helps you know how much time you can actually save by your improvements. I personally know that I have occasionally spent a lot of time improving performance on something that's this section. Overall, you don't feel that. It's not bad. Let me be clear, we should still do it. But when you're looking to make dramatic changes, you need to make sure that you're picking something that has a much wider impact. This is just a second view of that in case you don't want to look at the flames, which of course you do. But if you need a more readable view, this is the same output, and it just shows you here the exclusive time and the inclusive time spent in every routine. Exclusive time is how much time was spent literally in that code. Inclusive time includes all of the subroutine calls that it makes. So this is kind of really the first step that we start when we're assessing a problem, is seeing where the biggest chunk of time we can regain is. And then what I like to do is compound the problem. Again, very exciting slides. This is just a little bit of code that I use, and I've shared this with Lucas and several other people, that will just put a bunch of holds in my test system. What I like about this code is that it's really easy to adjust. It's real easy using Test Builder to just tell it to make a hold and place a hold. And you can tell it to place a hold for 50 patrons, 100 patrons, 1,000 patrons. Because until you do this, sometimes things look really good. And making big data makes it a lot bigger to see what's going on. So when we're doing this, we need to consider real world sources. A lot of times developers aren't working on your production systems. In fact, we're not allowed to work on your production systems directly, which is good for you. So we need to consider the real world sources, consider the history. The longer a library is around, the more like statistical data they'll have in the system. And sometimes when we're developing a new feature, we don't see that, or we haven't planned ahead to have all of that kind of in there and loading all of that. I always want to remind to consider consortia. When we develop a feature for a specific library, we need to keep in mind how that's going to play out when you have a group of libraries using the software. And then consider special cases. And that was just like, special cases are when the software gets used in either new ways or just ways that we didn't expect. During the pandemic, we saw a lot of different ways of people implementing curbside pickups until we developed a curbside pickup plugin. Seed catalogs. Koha was never really intended for that. And when people started doing that, we had to find out new ways to do it. And when we do that, we see kind of where there are places to improve in Koha. And then you wait. When you're testing these things, when you're doing performance and you have finally been able to generate the problem again, you're gonna have to wait while you test. So sometimes it's good to get up, go get some coffee, come back. Once you've kind of seen that, you've evaluated where the problem is, you've got the data that can show it. This is really the meat of it, is what are we gonna do? How are we gonna evaluate the code? How are we gonna fix it? So there may be more than one way to crack an egg. A lot of times developers, we are sometimes referred to as lazy, which is definitely not fair. However, we will reuse code. If there is a routine out there that will give us the data that we need, sometimes we're just going to go ahead and reuse that. Well, that can be problematic if we're using it in a different way than it was intended. Recently, there was a performance issue found with the budget dropdowns on one of the pages, where in order to load the budget dropdown, we were calling a routine that went and got all the budgets in the system and then calculated how much was spent on each budget, and then calculated how much was received on each budget, and built all these totals to, in the end, throw away half the data and just show you a list of budget names. So sometimes it's kind of that looking back on what have we done and seeing what we need to do next. Maybe don't. Sometimes we have code that is doing things that we just don't need to do. And I'm going to mention something that I'm going to bring up again later, but there's a feature in Koha that allows you to renew a patron's book if there are holds on the book, but those holds can be filled for other items. It takes a lot of things to calculate whether or not we can fill all the holds on an item. Sometimes, though, the patron has already reached the renewal limit. Well, in that case, do we need to go ahead and check if all the holds can be filled because they already can't renew it? So that's a quick way to kind of gain some performance there. Cache is king. Caching has become a big issue in Koha. We've been implementing this everywhere to kind of make a lot of the values come up a lot faster. If we can load things once, save them and reuse them, it really can enhance our performance time overall. Give me more. Consider prefetching. Really, I just wanted an excuse to put Brittany in my slides, everybody. I'll admit it. Okay, there she is. But it's true that a lot of times too, what we find is that there's code that where we've added new things to the display. As we've added them to the display, we've just kind of called them from the database again. Instead, if we call everything at once, we can make things run a lot faster. Sweat the small stuff. We're working on a problem with the holds page being slow, where we found that libraries who had a ton of holds on one book, it was very slow. And there were some other things to tackle, but one of the things that I found at one point was that the holds page, when we were loading it, was about 16 megs. That's really big for a web page. And it turned out that what that was every hold has a dropdown of priority, and all of those dropdowns had line breaks in between them. And it was making the files so long that it was actually taking time to download it. And all we had to do was kind of reduce the HTML and everything got a little bit faster. So make sure to consider those things. Now back to the boring code bits. Once you've gone through and you've kind of decided where you can make the cuts and what you can do, there is a Perl module called benchmark with a routine called compare these or CMP these. This is something that Martin Renvoys at PTFS Europe, actually, he wrote this little subroutine here that I use all the time. What this will do is it will spit out kind of different rates of how fast each bit of code runs. So it will tell you, if you put in there 4 different ways to do the same thing, it would at the end will give you a list of how fast each one of those were. Sometimes if you ask this thing the wrong question, you can get the wrong answer. There was at one point where I filed a bug in the Koha community. It's 30169. If you want to go see me be incredibly wrong, where I just looked at the performance wrong. I was trying to see if using a specific method in Koha was fast. And so I called it a bunch of times on the same biblio. Well, if you do that, yeah, it's slow. But it turns out that if you use it in a real world example where you call it once for a row of data that you're going to kind of iterate over, so you're looking at a bunch of biblios, then it's actually faster. So this is just a cool tool for developers out there. Once you've done this, wait again and again. You're going to need to repeat your tests. As you kind of look at the code, evaluate, perform it, then you're going to need to test it. It's a slow process. It takes a lot of time to put in to reduce the time that you're going to get out. And we keep doing it. Once you've done a little bit, you found one place that you can improve it, then I go back to the flame graph, check the flames again, see what I've shrunk, see where I can shrink it again, and repeat. Now, these are just some useful tips for developing in Koha. Break it down. This is just a funny webcomic that I love. The important thing is to make small steps. When we're submitting code to Koha, when we're making changes to Koha, if we commit in little bits and we make sure that it's understandable what we've done, and we make sure that everyone can read what we've done and can test what we've done, then it makes it easy to get what we've done into the community. It's very important to try not to redo the performance of a page by rewriting the entire thing in one go. If you do that, it's great, but it's going to be hard to move forward just because it can be hard to understand. Bring your receipts. When you're testing the performance, make sure that you show people the benchmarking you've done, the time that that you have saved, so that they can recreate it, so that they can test it, and they can know whether it's worth it or not. It's important to be able to show people not just what you've done to improve it, but how to recreate the slowness as well. Now, this is one of the important parts about working on performance, which where it really gets tricky, is that making things faster, we can do that, but sometimes we need to pay attention to the needs of the user. So before I mentioned where renewals, if a user is over their renewal limit, we don't need to check the holdability. However, it turns out that a lot of libraries want to know that the book is on hold. They want to know if they can not override the holds, but they can override the renewal limit. And so while we've made it faster, we haven't actually improved the performance for users because we have taken away data that they've relied upon. So it can be a tricky thing. Who is the boss here? It is the users. Developers, we can want to do whatever we can to make it faster, but if it doesn't help, there's not much point to it. Oh. The more that you work on performance in Koha, the more it starts to become part of your mindset. You remember that this is what you need to work on. And as we develop new things, we can keep it in mind that we need to think about these big data. I personally, a lot of developments that when I work on them, I will load about 30,000 books into my test environment, which is not a lot compared to many of the libraries out there, but it's way more than the 400 that our kind of test environment comes from. So it's important for the developers to remember that they need to look at real life systems, consider how this is going to affect it, and consider what else we might affect. Questions? Yeah.
Not so much a question as a couple of comments. If you've ever read the works of Frank Gilbreth Jr. about motion study, you'll find that there is a direct correlation between laziness and efficiency. Also, I'm not sure if this would work in your case, but whenever I'm working on something like export of data or trying to put together exported data into a bibliography, I always do version A, version B, and save everything, because it comes sometimes having something from 3 or 4 generations back really, oh, that's where I went wrong. One project I was working on, I got down to version V, version W. But, fortunately, my coworker and I figured it out before I ran out of letters. But save everything.
I have questions for Nick. Okay, Nick, how best can users let you know that something specific is feeling slow to them? What things can they tell you that will help you find it quicker?
Okay. The URL is one of the most important bits about for us. Koha generally tends to be very, very static with their URLs. So if you have the actual URL that you went to, that is enormously helpful in letting us know where you're at in Koha. Screenshots, when you take a screenshot, if you just screenshot the whole thing, the browser bar, I mean, nothing that you don't want to share. If you have tabs open, move it to its own tab. But if you can capture the whole browser, just so we can kind of see everything about the URL, what's going on the web page, kind of details like that help us find where that problem is. The other thing that is very helpful is if you have noticed a performance decrease or something changed, consider, have you changed anything else? If you suddenly switched a system preference, if you had an upgrade, anything like that, letting us know helps us kind of pinpoint where that might be. Or if you've had a systems change, then we just glare at the systems team. We glare at each other. Yeah.
So Nick, I have a question for you. And I think this will probably circle around back to what you had talked about at the very beginning, but how can people, what is the best way for people to talk about these things with you? Is it you know, are you waiting for just something to break, or is there a place that you would prefer people to insert themselves, get involved, and try and notice these things before they hit production?
So Bugzilla is a great place to be involved. If you can test on Bugzilla, if you are able to use the sandboxes and try out new features and try them with the knowledge of how your library is going to use them, that will help identify the problems before they get pushed. Beyond that, if you have a support company, put in a ticket. Like if you see things or you're concerned about something or how it's going, you know, let us know. That's always great to know. If you don't have a support company, then just the Koha community in general is a good place to be involved. IRC, the developers were all usually present there, as well as the rest of the community is there. And on Bugzilla, we'll talk about more in the community involvement, but there is on Bugzilla, there's also a votes feature. And while that's not 100% reliable, voting for something doesn't guarantee you're going to get it. The developers, we do try to look at that and sort bugs by those votes to see what's important to people in the community. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, I think too, with getting involved in it, you know, there's only so much you can do in the testing environment because you're not putting it against real world data or your real world workflows, because you're not necessarily the person that does the stuff on the circulation end or the cataloging end, and you might have a general sense of what to do just to get it to do its thing, but you don't know all the little things that your staff see every day in production.
And that actually goes back to Liz's question as well. When you're reporting these problems, report the whole workflow. Rather than just the part that's having the problem, because sometimes it may be that the developers intended a different workflow. We were just talking to Rhonda earlier about a potential development in the acquisitions, and as I started to suggest things, I was like, wait, you tell me the workflow you want, because the last thing you want is for the developers to decide the workflow, because we tend not to think in the same way that other people do. A lot of things that seem very clear and straightforward to us, they don't seem that way to the user.
Any other questions for Nick? She's interested in seeing the rest of the Pablo Picasso.
Oh. That's Scott Kupperman. He also draws a comic called Snake and Bacon, not Snake and Bacon, which I highly recommend. But it's basically it's just Picasso yelling angrily at things and saying he's going to break them down into little cubes. And then at the end, there's of course a duck singing to him, crooning to him while fairies rock him to sleep, singing, "I'm going to knock him down into little cubes." And the slides are all available. There's a URL way at the beginning.
Yeah, nope. These online
They'll be
sometime
online.
next
Yeah.
week.
I've got what might be a leading question. So, you know, how many of the people, maybe this is a question for the people in the room. How many of you are librarians that work in a library, like checking books in, checking books out, you know, helping people at the reference desk, doing cataloging? How many of you do that kind of work? And so how many of you check Bugzilla regularly? I see maybe 3 hands. How many of you, communicate with developers from time to time regularly, either on Bugzilla or with your support company or through other ways? About the same number of hands. So would there maybe be a good time at this conference when somebody could talk about, ways for librarians to better connect with support companies and with Bugzilla? Like maybe a time on Thursday at 9 a.m. in the morning?
I think there would be.
Would maybe Jesse, Kelly, and Nick all be able to address that at that time?
We will. Previews of coming attractions.
I think that's one of the most, I talked about this when we did the fully online KohaCon conference back at the beginning of the pandemic. Is I think one of the best things that I think one of the biggest stumbling blocks between librarians and Koha is that the people that actually do the work at libraries sometimes don't communicate well with the people that write the software, the people that develop the software. Sometimes there's a disconnect there, and I think just being able to learn how to better interact with Bugzilla and how to talk to the developers and how to communicate, I think it's one of the best ways to get involved in the Koha community is to, and to make Koha better, is to try to open those lines of communication. And so a program on Thursday at 9 a.m. about how to get more involved in the community is something that everybody could really benefit from. So thanks, Nick.
Thank you, George.
Thank you. All right. We are ready for our next presentation here in about a couple minutes. For our next presentation, this is going to be a recording from Matthew Hale, the King's Fund, and he's doing a presentation on Koha and the open source at the King's Fund Library. So it's going to be, let's see here. Do we want to start it now, or we want to? I'm thinking we're going to wait for a minute since people online are going to expect it to start in 3 minutes. But I just wanted to say, Fred, thank you again for filling in some time. I was resorting to asking the room who had the most interesting socks in the room, because I think I would win that one, because I have the dinosaur riding the bicycle across the moon. Anybody have any interesting socks there? No, that was, it's always interesting when you have a hybrid conference and you're waiting for people to stream online. But I want to thank everybody that showed up today and this week for this conference. I cannot tell you what a difference it makes to see a bunch of people, a bunch of faces in a room rather than just on a screen. A huge difference. And it's always great because you always get that live feedback with the people in the room, and you don't get that online. So thank you very, 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 very much for making the effort to be here and to support the people both online and in the room. So you know what? I think I filled as much time as I'm going to, so let's just go ahead and do it.
Hello, I'm Matthew from the King's Fund. Thank you to Barbara and koha-US for giving me the opportunity to present to you today, and for allowing me to do it remotely. All being Hello, I'm Matthew from the King's Fund. Thank you to Barbara and Koha-US for giving me the opportunity to present to you today, and for allowing me to do it remotely. All being well, I'm currently at home in the UK, in Walthamstow, North East London, home in the 19th century to William Morris and the art and craft movement. And I'm particularly pleased to be able to talk about Koha in the context of open source. For many libraries I've spoken to over the years, the main reason they chose Koha was the cost. But for us, moving to Koha was the central and defining part of an overall and ongoing commitment to open source. My intention now is to sum up our experience of that over the last 15 years. The King's Fund is an independent health charity based in central London, this year celebrating its 125th anniversary. It focuses on health and social care policy, seeking to improve healthcare for all by influencing decision makers. The library has been in operation since 1948 and operates under a public library licence, providing a support service to its staff, and is open, reference only to the public, as well as providing a free remote inquiry service. We hold around 140,000 bibliographic records, many of which are abstracts of journal articles. The collection features our own King's Fund publications, dating back to 1898, and an extensive collection of grey literature. Our open source story goes back to about 2007, when fundamental changes were set in motion for the library. Traditionally focused on physical visitors, with all items immediately accessible, we were to be physically moved into a smaller area, holding only about a third of existing stock, asked to dramatically increase our online presence, and to generate significantly more income. These changes would fundamentally change the nature of the library and ways of working, and we were asked to be innovative in finding solutions, although no significant money was available for that innovation. I feel libraries are a natural home for open source. Concepts of freedom and learning, a willingness to share information and experience are common to both. And the situation we found ourselves in provided an ideal environment for us to try out open source to bring efficiencies, modernise processes and increase our reach. Firstly, we implemented a wiki and a message board on a local machine to try out internal communications, and started to write our own code with simple things like an online visitor counter to replace the traditional 5-bar gate, and repackaged bibliographic records into the newly emerging RSS format for our external audience. These early explorations were successful, so an external Linux server space was arranged as a more robust home for our downloaded open source software and original code, and the LAMP, Linux, Apache, MySQL, PHP standard was adopted for selection and development. PHP was what I had most experience in. A success of our preparation for the library move in 2008, wherein we combined a stock check, a weeding process, a relabelling, security and RFID tagging of each item, as well as separation of sorted stock ready for new various destinations, saw a wonderful rumpus of books, trolleys, labels and librarians working with smooth efficiency, underpinned by scripts and spreadsheets, and relying heavily on technology was a key factor in gaining confidence for a new and modern approach and some of the bigger ideas we'd been working on. The fundamental part of these bigger plans from our perspective was to develop a database for our inquiry service to replace the existing paper-based system. Doing so would create many efficiencies, allow the reuse of information in a knowledge base, and allow access to instant statistics. So I started to build a system with a web forms interface for the front end, a MySQL database for storing inquiry details, and a hook into a local wiki to store the answers. Meanwhile, in terms of our library management system, the King's Fund was the first European customer for Cersei's Unicorn in 1989, but by 2008 we felt neither engaged with the company, which by then merged with Dynex, or the current workflow system, which was stuttering towards its end of life, and weren't enamoured by the option of moving to the new Symphony system, which we felt didn't match our newly expanded ambitions. We became aware of Koha, and with our increasing confidence in installing open source software locally, purely out of curiosity I downloaded it and installed it. The installation was far from straightforward in those days and brought us genuine sense of satisfaction in achieving it. But more than anything, a sense of wonder that a functioning library system, which at the time we had conceptions of costing tens of thousands of pounds, taking up most of the machine room in hardware, and requiring hundreds of pages of a procurement document simply to describe, was contained and running on my little laptop. But thoughts of moving to Koha for our live system at that stage were fanciful. The UK was generally not an advanced adopter of open source. The King's Fund was a Microsoft house, as our head of IT described it, and his team was sceptical at best about open source. There was no precedent in the UK of a library moving from an established library system supplier to an open source alternative. And fear, uncertainty and doubt was actively spread by proprietary companies. Those were the days of Steve Ballmer as CEO at Microsoft and his anti-open source rhetoric, and it was the time of Stephen Abrams' infamous caveat emptor letter. But we met with PTFS Europe in September 2009. 3 of their then 4 staff came along, Jonathan, Nick and Ian, and everything seemed to make so much sense for us that, in short, we went live with Koha, hosted and supported by PTFS Europe at the end of 2009. Our IT department's mistrust of open source was negated by the trust of PTFS Europe staff, who they'd known since the early days with Cersei, and their detailed knowledge of our existing system. In the aftermath of the financial crisis of 2008, our senior management team and finance department were easily swayed by the immediate cost savings presented, and we overcame our own concerns at the lack of precedent by having faith in our judgment and the success we had achieved thus far in innovation, and by our conviction in the benefits and freedoms provided by the open source model. And just to break from the narrative, now that I've given some context, my very anglicised pronunciation of Koha was consciously adopted in those early days when we were trying to convince senior colleagues that moving to an open source system that no one else in the country had adopted at that stage was a logical and sensible thing to do, and didn't want the distraction of efforts at an authentic pronunciation. And my insistence on referring to PTFS Europe, not just PTFS, is, without going into the history, because they're very different companies, and it's PTFS Europe who have supported and hosted Koha for us all these years, and provided increasing development, resource and support to the Koha community. Anyway, back to 2009, and amidst the physical upheaval of a move into a much smaller library space, with most of our stock going into storage, team members permanently dispersed around the building, and our working practices, aims and services being redesigned, we worked on our migration to Koha. And fittingly, as the years-old monopoly of the UK Christmas #1 hit single by the X Factor franchise was broken by Rage Against the Machine, we went live with Koha. At a time of great upheaval, when the library was seeking to find its new identity, Koha and open source became galvanising and unifying factors, symbolising our resilience. Emboldened by our commitment to Koha, we decided to go live with the internally developed inquiry database at around the same time. It was immediately successful, and, as with Trigger's broom from Only Fools and Horses or the Ship of Theseus paradox, despite several styling and structural changes and a complete code rewrite at one stage, the same inquiry database continues to run, amendments and additions being made whenever need arises. This development obviously meant staff were no longer tied to a physical inquiry desk, and our early trial of remote inquiry working over 10 years ago provided valuable experience for our adaptations to the challenges of the last couple of years. Our successful migration to Koha drew immediate interest from the wider UK library community, which we were happy to satisfy as we understood our role in sharing our experience. Over the next few years, we hosted around 50 visits and open days, gave presentations at a range of events from annual conferences to after dinner talks, and answered a range of queries by phone and email. I even signed a contract to jointly produce a book on open source in libraries, but disagreements with the publisher and my refusal to play down the attacks on open source by proprietary companies meant the book never materialised. This didn't stop the marketing process from kicking into action, and the book, which doesn't exist, still appears on Amazon and other booksellers with a front cover, ISBN and full description. Interestingly, they confused me with my namesake, Sir Matthew Hale, the 17th century English judge. As more libraries adopted Koha in the UK, the number of visits dropped off as people had closer libraries they were able to visit for a look at Koha in action. But we've kept up our commitment to the Koha community in the UK, frequently giving presentations at PTFS Europe events and volunteering to be early adopters of new releases, given our experience and lack of complexity in our setup, so that we can spot potential issues and give feedback for those less accustomed to the upgrade process. And I chair the Health Libraries Koha user group, joined on the organising team by Andrew Ward from PTFS Europe, Emma Gibbs from Worcester NHS and Angela Ward from Birmingham NHS. And in just over a year, amidst a rush of NHS libraries adopting Koha, our membership has risen to over 50. Meeting online 3 or 4 times a year, the focus is on Koha in a health library context, sharing information and ideas that might lead to pooling resources, and funding of development within Koha. But we've broadened topics out to incorporate issues such as sustainability and other open source products such as Aspen Discovery and a Samvera digital repository platform. So from the start, being part of the Koha community at a time of great upheaval gave us a sense of belonging, a sense of purpose and identity, and we saw it as a priority to give time back to support and encourage the growth of Koha in the UK. But the implementation of Koha gave us much more than that. The success was very much noted internally, and we began to be asked for advice by the departments. So for example, with our influence and support, Drupal was selected as the CMS for the organisational website to replace a proprietary system. And it extended beyond that to a practical level, developing products for both internal and external clients with some notable examples. We turned an Excel spreadsheet of resources collected by one of our policy team into a structured database with a web front end, which became a valuable national resource in the area of telecare. A corporate approach was adopted for graphical data representation, and rather than outsourcing, as usual, the library was tasked with the job and used the open source HighCharts JavaScript library to represent all manner of charts required for the website over a number of years. We continued to experiment with the RSS format and implemented open source feed aggregators. Firstly, a little known and rapidly obsolete tool called Gregarious, before moving to a robust solution called Tiny RSS. We used these to accumulate masses of news items, selecting relevant items to resyndicate, whether that be health policy news, IT news, or more specific healthcare subjects. Some local scripts were developed to repackage these selections into email, RSS, or web page formats for internal and external audiences, creating an array of timely and informative products over the years. As well as income generation, this platform provided significant internal savings, as a costly subscription to a large corporate organisation providing a similar news search and selection service was cancelled in favour of our own in-house product. As with Koha, we regularly remind people that the savings we make for the organisation by using open source are not just initial but ongoing. So the launch of Koha not only gave us confidence to use open source for other key library functionality and innovation, but it raised our profile within the organisation and led to the promotion and development of further open source projects. The experience and trust we've gained has allowed us to establish a certain independence and ability to innovate. It also gives us a digital infrastructure which allows us to punch above our weight. A team of less than 8 full-time equivalent staff which, for example, hosts an image server, Cantaloupe, and our own installation of Metabase, providing some nuanced analysis not just of our use of Koha, but drawing data from our other systems such as the Inquiry Database and Google Analytics to provide detailed insights and a potential for evidence-based decisions across our full range of services. Another way in which we applied our knowledge and experience of Koha was in our digital archive project. Starting in 2014, we digitised the historic collection of King's Fund publications, around 2,000 books dating back to 1898, with each page being scanned as an individual image in TIFF format. We worked with CoSector, formerly the University of London Computer Centre, to initially implement a highly customised version of ePrints to hold the bibliographic metadata and provide the search, with the multimedia player, the Universal Viewer, embedded to display the images in a web context. All open source components of course, but the customisations became unsustainable and we were presented with a situation which was very familiar to us from our early experience with Koha. Co-sector were beginning to support a grassroots open source archiving platform called Samvera, and specifically a front-end solution called Haiku, which seemed ideal for our use case. We relied heavily on our experience with Koha, our support for the open source model for a new product, installed, hosted and supported by a trusted supplier. And it was that experience of Koha which gave us the confidence to make a very quick decision. And in 2018, we became the first live Haiku installation in the world. The Samvera technical platform was very different to Koha, made up of a very technical stack, with Samvera itself comprising gems written in Ruby. And the only connection between our two installations is that they share biblio numbers, allowing us to create a link on the fly in Koha search results to the full publication in the archive. We've been successful in gaining testbed funding from the National Archive to develop an ingest process, allowing the import of documents from a SharePoint environment into our Samvera-based digital archive. It is a process we know is of interest to other libraries, and that our description of the way in which we'll contribute all code back to the community and share our learning and experience with others was crucial to our successful application. Knowledge of the workings of the Koha global community allowed us to quickly understand and adopt a role in the Samvera community, which has many similarities. The Koha community is more mature and global, but issues around building a project with users and contributors all over the world are common to both. And we've tried to contribute to Samvera with attendance at meetings and publicising and demonstrating the product. When we're asked about one of our systems, we don't speak about them in isolation. To us, it's an integrated approach, and if a library is prepared to adopt the benefits of open source for one system, they're often open and should be open to discussing others. And we don't make that argument without making every effort to make open source licensing our primary software selection consideration in all cases. The aesthetic limitations of this presentation are the fault of my own skills and execution, not the excellent open source components listed here, which I used to put it together. While our experience with open source and Koha has been a huge success and has provided us with an independent environment, we recognise the need for constant vigilance and protection of that freedom. As new members of staff join our organisation, they sometimes bring with them the mental baggage of stereotypes about open source and question our approach. To assist our response, we've formalised our open source strategy in a policy that relies heavily on our experience with Koha and is essentially an open source manifesto. We've also included an acknowledgement that sometimes things don't work out as anticipated. For example, we installed Spago BI, an Italian open source business information package, which Paul Palan was exploring at one point. Though we managed to finally get it running, we felt it was too complex for our needs. But we were able to make that assessment, cut our losses in terms of time commitment, learned our lessons and moved on. And when we later saw Metabase, we very quickly realised, based on our experience with Spago BI, that it was an ideal solution for us. By acknowledging that potential for occasional failure, we feel we're adding weight to the overall process. The move to Koha and the developments of the last 15 years have been made possible with the help and backing of a resourceful and imaginative library team who've built a reputation and extended reach which belies the small staff numbers, providing innovation in many other areas such as establishing a health-related book club, online learning courses and walking tours of the local area, rich in medical history. The King's Fund Library has flourished through innovation, but the struggle to prove our value and justify the physical space we occupy is constant, and our future success will be dependent on our ongoing commitment to Koha and open source and the freedoms they provide. Thank you for your time.
All right. Being that that was a recording, there will be no questions unless you want to contact him directly. Again, that was Matthew Hale with the King's Fund. So at this time, we will go ahead and take a break. We will regroup at 3:15 and continue on with our last two presentations for the day. Okay, I was just informed that Matt is online if anybody has any questions. So going once. Oh, Fred, come on up here.
Okay, my question, is your manifesto online? And yeah, I've read a lot of papers from established companies saying open source is really creepy and it's dangerous and silly. And I would really love to hear your counter it.
Okay, we'll wait for a response.
He says that he's happy to share it. Do you want me to give him your contact information, Fred? I will make sure that he gets your contact information.
Any other questions? All right, enjoy your break.
Just to let you know that there are power strips now in case your devices are running out. They're on the back table there, and we can find outlets to plug in if you need to get a boost.
I'll have to.
But if we shift it.
Hello. If anybody else needs additional internet plugins, we have 2 power source surge cords at our table, which is obviously more than what we need. I had a little bit of idea we could always shift this table and have another one come closer and put that cord on the other one if anybody's interested or needs it. And then we have several of the people at our table are good enough to go for the rest of the day too, and can switch with somebody if need be.
So we're about a minute away from resuming. You have slides you want to get ready? Okay. I'm going to assume you know which button? This is you, right? All right, well, our next speaker is Christopher Brannon from the Coeur d'Alene Public Library in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. He also is one of the people that does a koha-US every other week. These two idiots get online and do a video. And so he's going to talk to us today about Twilio, enhancing patron communication.
All right, so yeah, as George mentioned, he and I do a every other Thursday training video, and it's where we show how we hack Koha, and we have just hit our third season. We've done 24 episodes every season, so we're on episode 49, something like that. Yeah, so a lot of episodes. Some of them are good, yes. So, okay, let me get out of this. Oh, yep. That would help if I shared. It's only 800 people online. I don't know. There's not that many. Sure. All right. So yeah, we're going to talk about Twilio today, enhancing patron communication. So we'll start off with, what is Twilio? Twilio is a communication tool that you can use to connect with patrons through your notifications. Twilio handles SMS and voice, which is what we use it for in our consortium, but you can also, it also has the ability to do video communication, live streaming, and email. It's scalable and easily customizable. And there are many options and tools to work with in Twilio. So the question is, why did we need Twilio or the like, if you choose some other tool other than Twilio? For us, we needed an alternative to print notices. We had some of our libraries that were still doing print notifications, and if you've ever worked with print notifications in Koha, it's a little clunky. For us, holds and overdues are handled completely separate. We get an email for our hold notifications, and we get an email for our overdue notices. And for one of them, I can't remember, it's been a little while now. One of them, we got the notifications for all of our libraries through one email, and the other one gets sent to each individual library. And so we had to parse out, I think it was the hold notifications that we had to parse out and let the libraries pick up their hold notifications from us. And then we had to print them, but you can't just print those notifications. We had to massage the notification a little bit, format it nicely in our letters so that we could send them out in the mail, and so that they could be mailed properly. So it was a process, and it took up some staff time, and it took up postage. And, you know, I thought for the longest time we needed to do something a little bit different. It would be nice if we just dumped it, but it left a portion of our patrons without notifications, and that was something that we didn't want to do. So we needed an alternative. Moving over to well, we already had text. We already had text through Koha's built-in text SMS mechanism, but we needed to move over to phone. We wanted to move our patrons, or give our patrons an option to do phone for those that didn't have email or a smartphone. So phone was a good alternative for patrons that used to get print notifications. And doing this helped us to reduce waste. It also eliminated staff time with mailing. They didn't have to format the notifications. They didn't have to stuff the envelopes. They didn't have to put postage on it and send it out in the mail. So there was time saved there. Potential cost savings. We didn't have to print. We didn't have to use up ink. We didn't have to use up staff time. We didn't have to use postage. And so this savings went into our new notification system through Twilio. The built-in Koha SMS to email system was starting to see some blocks, and we noticed that we would be getting more, it would be getting more aggressive as time goes on. There are some things that are going on that are preventing or blocking emails converted over to text messages. They're trying to reduce spam hitting text messaging. So we're just seeing more and more of that become more of a challenge through Koha's mechanism of converting those messages from email over to, or sending it to a text message. So we needed to come up with something that was going to last us for a long time. Direct SMS delivery seems a little bit more consistent than email to SMS and less confusing to the patron. As I said, Koha's mechanism, which is a good mechanism, it sends out the text message via email to that text number as an email address. And so cell phones can usually accept those. But as I said, they're getting a little bit more aggressive about blocking what looks like potential spam. So it also comes from an email address. So this way it's coming, when we're using Twilio, we're using a consistent phone number that sends those messages out over and over, and they can put that number in their contacts and make it identifiable. And so it just makes it a little bit more clear and consistent who is sending that text. And also we found that Twilio was more affordable. We found that I did some research on it, and we had a library that was doing some texting already. They had their 4 libraries set up with text messaging going through another service other than Twilio. And we found out that they were actually spending as much, if not, well, they were spending about as much, maybe a little bit less, but quite a bit for just those 4 libraries to send out their 4 libraries to send out phone messages, just phone messages, not text as well. So it was just 4 libraries sending phone messages. And currently our library, all of our libraries, and I'll talk about how many we have in just a second, but all of our libraries are sending text messages and phone messages for about the same, just a little bit more than what these 4 libraries were doing just for phone messages. So we found that Twilio was a much more affordable option. We also found that Twilio is more responsive to support questions. The company that our 4 libraries were using before was not very responsive. In fact, we had problems with the service for a while, and they were still paying for the service, and we were, I want to say 4 to 6 months without the notifications because it was impossible to get through to this other company. Twilio, when I sent out support requests, I got responses like that. So they were really, really good about getting back to you. Twilio is more customer hands-on. The other company that we used, all we could do was send in an email and request what we wanted. And Twilio allows us to log in and see what's going on in the background and make customizations ourselves. So I rarely have to contact Twilio themselves. I can do most of what I need on my end. And I knew very little going in. So with a little help from our support vendor, Bywater, they helped point me in the right direction. And I looked around, did a little bit of research on Twilio and figured out the interface and figured out the things that I needed to know in order to get us up and running. So a little bit about us. So I'm from the Coeur d'Alene Public Library, which is one branch in the Cooperative Information Network, which is our consortium over in Idaho and Washington. So we're a consortium of 28 libraries, and our system has about just under 570,000 items in the system. We also have a little over 100,000 patrons in our system. And I did a little research just before I came here. I looked at our notices that we sent in August of this year. We sent about 54, just a little bit over 54,000 emails to our patrons for notifications in August alone. We sent over 2,000 phone calls through Twilio, and we still keep track of our what our printed notices are. So we still have patrons that aren't set up for one of our notification options, and those default over to printed notifications, which just kind of fall to the wayside now. But we still have about a little under 5,500 potentially printed notifications. That means that they're not getting a phone call, they're not getting a text, they're not getting an email, and so they're just not getting notifications because they don't have any other option that they gave us to notify them. We also sent about 11,000 text messages in that month. So these are all the ways that we have reached out to our patrons in 1 month. So what did we need? We needed to figure out what we were going to do with Twilio. So I did a bunch of research. I reached out to some libraries that were working with Twilio and talked to them and to find out, okay, how many notices are you sending out? How many, are you actually doing as phone calls? What are you spending per month roughly? And it was a hard research to figure out because Twilio's payment system is, more of a you load it up with a payment, and then each notice that goes out counts against that payment. So we had to kind of roughly guess about how much those libraries were spending as they were doing their notices. So I reached out to a few libraries to ask them about their notifications and how much they were generating and how much they were spending on it to get a rough idea about how much it would be costing. I ran reports in Koha to determine our anticipated numbers of notices. So I had to look at our existing SMS messages because we were going to convert over to Twilio for the text messages. And I had to run a report to find out how many print notices, to find out how many potential phone calls we would be making. We also had to have a multi-branch system buy into this. Basically, everybody had to buy into this. The previous phone system was set up in a way that just the 4 libraries that opted in were sending out those notifications technically, because the way the notifications go out, it's basically the circulating library that's sending out the notifications. So I wanted to make sure that we were getting covered properly in this, and I wanted everybody to buy into this, not just certain libraries, because technically it was hard to determine, okay, what library was sending notifications and what wasn't, because currently in Koha, and I don't know if there's been any recent changes in this, but when I was doing my research, I was finding that the notifications were going out, but the library that was listed as the library going sending the message was the wrong library. Basically, it's the notification was coming from the owning library of the item and not necessarily the library that's circulating the item. So it was really challenging to pin down how many libraries were going to do the notifications and how we counted that up and divvied that out in the costs. So I wanted to make this simple for our consortium when we just needed to everybody to buy in on this. So that just made it easier on us for determining if we were going to go forward with this or not. So yes, it really depends on, you know, how many libraries you've got in your system that are buying into it. If you can live with the way that Koha is working, and you can look at the messages going out. Like I said, it was difficult to determine, you know, what libraries to charge how much for those messages. It was much easier to determine, you know, just to split it up between the libraries rather than trying to say, okay, this library is sending these notices, but really it's the owning library, not the circulating library. So, you know, as long as you can figure out how you're going to pay for it, you know, between the libraries, then, you know, you can determine whether or not this is good enough for you to go forward. Like I said, right now it's for us, it was just an all or nothing kind of deal. Next thing that we needed to do, we had to go into Twilio and we had to create a free account to access the APIs. So I went on to the Twilio website and signed up for an account. That part was free, and it offered some ability to do some initial testing just to see what the messages, you know, would look like. You know, I could set up a test message and have it sent to my cell phone and receive the call to see what it sounds like. So there were some initial things that I could do to set up an account, and they give you a tiny budget for a free tiny budget for doing some tests. So that was really nice. So we didn't have to pour any money into it as we tested. So they gave us that ability, and we were able to get the information that we needed to pass on to Bywater, in our case for our vendor. So we established account numbers and a phone number that would be consistently used with the account. And before we just flipped the switch and went over to Twilio completely, we had to modify our existing notices. We had to go in there and include dialogue for SMS and phone notices. So I had to make sure that the text messages said what they needed to say. So I made some small modifications to the text messages that we already had. And then I had to go in, if you ever go into your notifications, you'll notice that there's an area for your printed notices. There's an area for your text messages. There's an area for your phone messages, and our phone tabs were all blank. So I had to go in there and I had to create the message that would go out to everyone. I also needed to make sure that the phone message included information that was needed when it called. So it needed to identify itself. It needed to let them know the basic information, and it needed to give them an opt-out. One of the things that Twilio is very stringent on is that you make sure that the people receiving the messages, whether it's text or phone, know how they can opt out. So I made it clear in both that they knew how to, that they were directed to our catalog system and they could opt out of the phone messages or the text messages through Koha. Twilio voice or phone setup, we had to have Bywater, our vendor, set up the plugin for the phone notification so that it would communicate with Twilio. And in that, they just needed the account SID, which was assigned when I signed up for an account in Twilio, and an auth token or authentication token, and the phone number being used. So those are the three pieces of information I needed before we could set up things in Koha. Oh, and there was also the incoming API request URL. When we're setting up the plugin, we also had to make some choices in there to whether or not to send only the first hold notice for each patron and mark all the others sent. So there's an option in there if it calls, makes a phone call, it's not going to call for every single hold. That would be annoying. So we made sure that we checked that particular option in the plugin so that they only get the first call, because if they're going to pick up one hold, they're going to pick up the rest at that time as well. So we opted to not call them and bug them for every single hold. Right now, Koha, I don't believe, has a digest for holds. So this is very important. There was also another option to choose: do not call the patron if there is an unsent email or SMS notice of the same for the same patron with the matching letter code. So basically, if they opted to have email and phone, or email and text, or all three, if there is an unsent email message, a same message, or an unsent text message, it's not going to make the phone call. So it's only going to make the phone call if they didn't opt for text or email. So that saved patrons being annoyed with phone calls when they got notified some other way. So even if they choose phone, if they've got other methods for that same message, they're not going to get that phone call. So then we had our Twilio SMS set up. And so normally the preference in Koha for the SMS send driver, we had that set to email. So if a patron had their phone number and carrier selected in there, they would get notified via email sent to their number. We changed that and set it to Twilio instead. So it was a simple change in that particular preference. And vendor support is always a plus. I do not think I would have had the sanity to go through this on my own. Not to say that there aren't people here that could do that on their own, especially if you're supporting your own system. But Bywater was very helpful in getting us transitioned over to this new service. They held my hand in this because there hasn't been a lot of talk or discussion about this kind of system before. And I was nervous about it because I didn't want people losing their notifications. I didn't want to hold up notifications in this transition. So they were very helpful in this. So there were some other choices that we needed to make along the way. So we had the basic setup made, and it was basically functioning, but there were some things that we needed to look at. For text, we needed to create a generic response to replies. So when a notification goes out, it goes out like a text from any other phone number. It shows our phone number that we have selected for our phone calls. It's the same number, but patrons can text back to that number. And the question is, what happens when they do that? When they did that, it was throwing back some default generic response to their text. And so I had to go into the Twilio interface, and I had to say, okay, this is the response I want to give. So initially, I set up a response that basically said, we're not receiving messages through this medium. Please contact call your library or contact us at such and such email. So I gave a response that was directing patrons what to do from there because it looked like they needed further information. For phone and voice, again, you have a phone number that's calling you, and I picked a phone number that was in our state, but we're a Coeur d'Alene, and we have libraries in different cities in our area, and also we have libraries across the border in Spokane and other Washington libraries or excuse me, Spokane Valley, Liberty Lake, that are in our consortium. And so they're all getting this same phone number, and this phone number's from way down south in Boise. So some people will call the number back. Some people will think, oh, I'm going to call them back and let them know that I need to renew this item or whatever. They'll call it back, and again, a generic message is played when they call that number. I can't remember if there was just a generic number, or excuse me, a generic message, or if it was just saying that we don't receive calls at this number. So I had put in an initial text-to-speech message for that phone number when we first set it up. Later, I created a menu system, so I decided to go a little bit more complex, and I created a menu system where it was more interactive. So that phone number, if they called the phone number that called them with the message, it would allow them, it would say that you can contact your library, or you can type in the first 3 letters of the library name, and we'll connect you to that library. So I had to set up a workflow for that menuing system. Now, this is not to scare you. Let's see here, is it here? Oh, I'll show that in just a little bit. I'll show that workflow. So anyways, people seldom called that back, but I wanted to make that a little bit more user friendly. So I did create that menu system for patrons so that they weren't just getting this phone number and some generic message. I wanted to kind of make it not a dead end when they called. Another choice that we made, our outgoing phone messages were using a basic but good voice synthesizer. So basically it was reading the text that we had set up in Koha under that phone tab. And it was using their generic Sally person to read it. It was okay, but it was kind of robotic sounding, and it didn't pronounce everything very well. So I opted to change it. They gave me options in Twilio to change to other voices, and they utilize Amazon's voice synthesizers, and they have several different voices, male, female, different accents and whatnot. And I chose the poly voice, which sounds really good. And I'm gonna have Jason actually play a sample. We'll see if it.
Hello, this is a notice from Coeur d'Alene Library, a member of the Cooperative Information Network, regarding an item that Ben had requested. The Devil's Light is available for pickup at Coeur d'Alene Library. This item will be held for you through the close of business on May 10th, 2022. If you no longer need this item, please log into your account through the library catalog or contact your local library to release this title to the next patron. If you would like to change your notification preferences, please log in on the library catalog at your convenience.
So that's what our patrons are hearing on the phone call. It repeats twice in case it goes to voicemail. So most of these notices are under a minute. So generally we can count on these notifications costing us a minute per notification. And changing over to, that was the Amazon Poly voice. So the built-in Sally voice is a little bit more robotic, like I said, and it didn't pronounce things like it would not pronounce Coeur d'Alene Public Library correctly. So I wanted people to be able to understand what they were hearing. So I opted for that, and we're paying a small surcharge for that, but it's very insignificant on the surcharge on that. All our other phone messages that are not reading the notices are recorded. So the menuing system that I did, I opted not to do any kind of text to voice. I opted to actually record the options for the menuing system. So if they call it back, they're hearing my voice. And I saved those files on our consortium server and then just pointed to them in Twilio. I told it where each of these recordings were located. So they get a general message when the number is called, and they get a menu system for contacting a library. So here's the option for Twilio for the workflow studio. So this was the menu system. So again, don't get scared by this. I opted to do this. These are the choices I had to program in here to tell it how to determine what library they were dialing in. Like I said, they start dialing in the first 3 letters of the library, and then it determines which library it is. So this is basically a logic workflow, and there are different recordings along the way. And then at the end of each choice, it actually dials them through to that library. So that was a more tedious project, but not necessarily something that you have to do. If you want to keep it simple, you could just say, just have a general message that says contact your library, or, go to such and such website, or, whatever you want, and not be this complex. I just chose to do this. This was kind of fun. It was different. And I did it in my spare time. So what extra surprises did we have for us, or the US, after setup? So there are some regulations that you have to deal with in the US. I don't know about other countries, but in the US, you can be fined. You can also be blocked on your messages if you don't have certain things registered. And I found this out. We were going for a while, and things were going smoothly. And then I noticed that I was getting error messages saying that we were being blocked on certain things. And I did some research and found out that you need to do some registrations in order for there to be kind of a trail for them to follow with your messages, and for them to understand your activity with SMS. It's frustrating. It's red tape, but we had to jump through some of these hoops in order to do this. So this is basically the explanation. I'm not going to read the whole thing here, but basically we had to do a few steps in order to register our number and tell them what it was that we were doing with our notices, our text messages, so that they could say, okay, that looks good. So we needed to set up, we needed to register what's called an A2P 10 DLC, basically a 10-digit number, after we started seeing the texts being blocked. So we had to register the A2P 10 DLC, and that was a process. We had a few hoops to jump through using the Twilio Trust Hub, which is a mechanism that they give you to go through the necessary steps. So they give you this Trust Hub and try to lead you through these steps. And so they're basically trying to help you through this process, but unfortunately, some of it's automated and not as easy to go through. You have to set up a business profile using your library's IRS EIN, or the employer identification number. It's basically information about your business. So they needed to know what business was associated with this number. And this was a difficult hoop to jump through, because the way that our library's EIN, or excuse me, our consortium's EIN was set up, it wasn't set up through the normal channels. And so when Twilio went to go and verify the EIN, it wasn't in the place that they verify. So that was a little bit of a hoop to jump through, but Twilio ended up helping us through that. This is one of the cases where I had to actually reach out to Twilio and say, hey, this automated process isn't working for me. Can you help me in this? And so they did help us out. Then we had to set up what's called an A to P brand. This enables the A to P messaging capabilities for your business. So you have choices, the starter brand, which is less than 3,000 message segments to the US per day, recommended for testing or sending messages with up to 5 phone numbers. So the starter brand is their free option, which is really nice. But if we were sending more than that, so we had to take the standard brand, which is a $44 one-time fee, and that's recommended for sending messages up at scale with up to 50 phone numbers. So you had to pick one of these brands. I would have loved to have used the starter brand, but we were just sending way too many messages. So some of you, if you have less messages, you could go with the starter brand and avoid that $44, but that's just a one-time fee. Oh, why did that repeat? Oh, there we go. Sorry. Okay. Then we had to set up, do a setup campaign. We had to show a use case, what we were using the text messages for. So this informs the carriers what type of messages you are sending. So I had to provide a couple of examples of these messages and an overview of what it was that we were using this for. So I let them know it was a notification system for our library to let patrons know that they had holds or overdues, things of that nature. And then I provided a couple samples of content of what goes in those messages. Also, just so you know, being registered added some small surcharges. Again, these surcharges, you hear this thing, oh, I've got to pay $44 here and I've got this surcharge here. And oh, if I choose this voice, it's a surcharge. The surcharges are fairly small though. I mean, it's like 1/10 of a cent per call. So it really does not have a huge impact overall when you consider all the messages that you're sending. So these surcharges were not bad. We had to make some notice adjustments as we went along. This is where I learned the complexity of Koha's notification system. I cannot tell you how hairy that Koha's notification system is, because you've set up overdues in one place and you set up these messages in different ways. I had to go to several different resources in order to learn the ins and outs of all the notification systems. I had to bug the heck out of Lucas at one point to get some details on the messages, because it wasn't behaving. One message I have set up was working fine, and another notice that I set up, it was like acting weird and wasn't spitting out what I expected. And so some of them work with some tags and some of them work completely different. So there are different resources. I've got 3 different resources that I highly recommend. These slides will be available next week, but there are 3 different resources that I used extensively to determine, okay, how do I need to set up these notifications, and can I use certain coding here or there? So it's very important that you look at these documents if you're setting up your notices, so you can. The reason I was looking at this stuff is because I wanted to streamline those notifications as much as possible. And in some cases where I was using HTML in my other notices, I couldn't carry that over. I had to put in pauses in certain places. I had to break up the message. I had to tell it where certain chunks of information were. And like I said, it didn't work straight across every single notice. Every notice was a little bit different. So it's important to look at this stuff when you are constructing your notifications. And not just for phone notifications, for text messages, that's very important. For your print notifications, this is good stuff to know when you're doing any kind of notifications. And I left my phone over there. What time is it? Just make sure I'm not going, okay. All right. Some other extra surprises after setup, error reports. So you know how notifications can get blocked and you get these notifications. And one of the things that we learned with notifications is we don't always get the information that we want. When we had our email converted over to a proxy server, the notifications that we were getting back wasn't telling us enough information. So we've been working with our vendor to get the information that we needed, so we knew how to respond to the patron, let them know why an email didn't go through. It was it was blocked on their end. Was it marked as spam? Was it because the email address that he gave us didn't exist? Well, there are certain things that will block phone numbers, or certain things that will block SMS messages. And so we needed to be able to determine those things. And so we had to look at the Twilio error reports. And so it's important to look through those. Logging into Twilio, you can view issues you should address, like failed SMS notices. And this is kind of an example of one way you can look at notices. You can get a list of all the errors, and then you can click through. If you click through these notifications, you can get some information about it. I had to like click one of those messages, and then I had to click this resource SID over on the end in order to get more detailed information. So I was seeing the message that was being sent, who it was to, so I could identify what account it was sent to, and then I could see some information about it, but this one wasn't as helpful to me. So I did a lot of digging, was looking at in this area and finding that I was not getting all the information I wanted on this. There's another error message or error log. If you're going through Twilio, if you're looking at the logs, going to the errors and just looking at messaging, you're going to see all the messages that are going out. And so all the ones in the white rows are the ones that were delivered, but these pink ones are the ones that I wanted to look at. And it would tell me the phone number that came from and the phone number that it goes to, and it would tell me undelivered. And if I hover over the question mark on there, it tells me the reason it was undelivered. So either the text message was going to a landline, or it was blocked in some way, or it was turned off. It gave me a little bit more information that I could give as an explanation to the patron. We have, I have some jQuery set up so that I can go in next to the text message, or the SMS number, and I can click on it and give a reason why it was blocked, and it will block the patron's account with that reason. It'll give them that explanation so that they can't do anything until that's resolved. You have to dig a little, but you can see what the issue was and find the number involved. So you have to search for that phone number in that log, and then search for that patron that has that number. So it's a little bit of a process, but you can get the information that you need and respond to those failures. You can choose to remove the number from the patron account, or you can block the patron, or you can provide an explanation. However you choose to deal with those failures is up to you. We choose to block the patron in our case, so that it doesn't continue allowing the patron to have overdues and sending out messages that don't go anywhere. I mean, you can choose to not do anything with the errors and just let it happen. I don't know if Twilio is going to start barking at you saying you've got too many failures at some point. So that's why I choose to address them as they happen. So I will go in there, I will check the logs, and then I will address those accounts as they come up. A few more things to note. So this is just some information about what we are seeing from Twilio. We recharge our account in Twilio every 24 days. On average, we spend about $200 each time. So 24 days, we stick another $200 in Twilio for it to deduct from each time a message goes out. So that's roughly $8.30 a day, or 30 cents a day per library for 28 libraries. So we have 28 libraries. So, dividing that up, that's 30 cents a day. That's not bad. We roughly send about 17,000 phone and SMS notices in 24 days. This equates to about 1 to 2 cents per notice. It's not a bad deal at all. So our former phone service, phone only service, it didn't do text, our former phone only service that only covered 4 branches cost them about $2,200 a year. And we estimate that with Twilio, with both phone and SMS for all 28 libraries, it will roughly cost our consortium about $3,000 per year. So that was very doable compared to the previous service that we were using. So that is it for Twilio. I hope that was helpful, and I hope that it encourages some of you that are wondering if you should go to a phone service or go to a different service for text messages. I hope that helps. And if you have any questions, you can certainly contact me at my email address, or you can reach out to me at Koha. I also have an email address for Koha at vicepresident@koha-us.org. So you reach out to me if you have any other questions about that, or you can ask me questions here if anybody has any questions.
Let me, I'll start with the question that Suzanne on YouTube had. She had a question about cost per minutes. And I asked her if this is answering your last part there, where you talked about the cost to the consortium as a whole, whether or not that's answering her question. And I'm not seeing an answer yet, but I'll let you know if she wants some more information there.
Okay.
And I think
I put that slide back up just in case.
Well, I think there's a question right here.
This is great, because I know a lot of libraries are looking at doing a service like this, Christopher. Have you heard anything from the patrons, or is there a way from Twilio you can report on people's responses or pickups or blockage if somebody's blocking that text message?
The text messages, if they're being blocked, I will actually block the account with a message saying we're being blocked. We can't do that. If they do not have another notification method selected. If they have another notification selected, I just turn it off, but let them know about that. So we try to communicate with the patron in some way. I cannot say that I've had any significant negative impact from patrons. We did make sure when we set it up, we were working with Kyle Bywater to set it up. He set it up so that those notifications only went out between the hours of 9 and I can't remember what the latest hour was, but we just didn't want phone calls in the middle of the night, some strange voice on the phone.
Amazon Polly, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
I've actually had positive feedback from libraries, particularly the libraries that were doing just the 4 libraries that were doing the phone before. They said things were going smoothly. So yeah.
I just wanted to say that Suzanne said that your slide answers her questions. So
excellent.
So in preparation to deploy this, how is the marketing or like the campaigning to inform patrons on this service, whether they're switching or not?
We actually did not do any campaigning at all. Some of our libraries were actually doing physical phone calls, and I think that they're allowing the system to do some of those phone calls. They're still doing some physical phone calls, but some of the patrons are already used to phone calls, but we really didn't do anything. We just decided to do a soft launch on it, and it went completely invisible. I mean, there was really nothing that we heard back from anybody, which is, in my case, I think that was a good response. It's like, Good. Well, people are accepting it. So yay.
So I actually have questions of my own, so I'll ask those. Early on, you said you choose to send only the first hold notice for each patron. I'm imagining that that's the first hold notice each day.
Yeah. Yeah. So if they have a bunch of notices that are going out at the same time, it's just going to grab the first one and let them know. And you can word that, you can word the hold notice, the hold phone notice to say there may be other holds. We're not going to call you on all of them. And, you know, let them know that way so that you're kind of covering yourself in that notification. But yeah, it helps to not call them on, you know, if you've got 28 holds that came in, you don't want 28 phone calls.
Yeah, it makes sense. With Twilio, do you still need to choose a carrier when you're using Twilio for SMS messages?
No, and that is so nice because yeah, Twilio handles all of that on their end. So all you have to do is provide a phone number.
I was pretty sure that was the answer, but I just wanted to clear that up. And the facetious question I have is, do they have a Morgan Freeman voice?
Not a Morgan Freeman voice, but they have a lot of options, especially Amazon. They have a lot of options, a lot of accents, like I said, male and female. So yeah, and then lots of options between those different accents. So.
My question is, seems like you're somewhat limited though, with what you can say in your message. So my question is, we send out printed notices when we get to like a third notice, you're in big trouble. And I can just see where somebody getting like a very brief message, then having to call and having more impact on staff. So have you run into that? Is that not a problem?
Yeah, we haven't run into any kind of negative impact with that. We send out 2 notices. One of our, or 8 of our libraries send out a third notice, but the 2 notices that we send out, we do send out via all 3 methods: email, text, and voice. And yeah, we are careful about how long the phone calls are. Simply because we just don't want somebody sitting there for 2 minutes listening to a phone call, but also to help keep the costs down. Text messages are just inherently short. They want you to keep that short and brief. So yeah, we haven't had any trouble with any of our notifications since we made the transition. You know, since we tweaked the wording and, you know, made sure everything is being said that needed to be said in there. You know, you try to be concise with your messages because you don't want it to be too wordy, but you want it to have the information that has to be there. So we do have, I do believe we have digests set up. Oh, what was your? Okay, so the question is, are we just being very general in it, or are we specifically, you know, listing items in those messages? In those messages, yeah, if it's a message about a single item, then yeah, we'll list what that item is in there. But if, you know, I think we have digests set up on the options that you have for digests. It does generalize those things. So if there's a lot of stuff listed in there, it will generalize it. Yeah, so we don't want them listing 28 books in a message, but yeah, it's been going smoothly, and it has, like I said, no complaints on it. Everybody seems to be going, everything seems to be going very smoothly with the notices that we've been sending out. No complaints.
So you mentioned that a patron can opt out. So does that mean that they're getting all these overdue notices and they're like, well, I don't want to hear about that, so I'm just going to opt out of this and then claim I never got those messages? How does the opting out work?
So I think that Twilio has some built-in keywords that allows them to opt out, but we don't tell them any of that. We refer them to the catalog system. They can go into their notifications and decide, how they want notifications sent, or if they want them set at all. So basically our thought on this is that if they choose to not have any notifications, they're not going to get any notifications. They don't have any control over the overdue notifications, but everything else, they have all control over that, and that's up to them.
You're not using this for email, correct? And if you're not, why not?
We're not using it for email right now because we have a fairly good setup with Bywater right now. They're doing the relay through AWS, and we had some kinks to work out with that because some libraries, not all the libraries, wanted to, like ours, we wanted to know why why emails were blocked. It would send a very basic, this message did not go through or something like that. But we wanted to know why. Before the proxy, we were getting some notifications that told us why, and we had a workflow where if we had that information, we're going to relay that to the patron. So if it says this email doesn't exist, we're going to tell them we're being told it doesn't exist. If it says that it's being blocked, we're going to tell them it's being blocked. If there's some other reason, we want to give them more specific information that helps the patron figure out what's going on, rather than saying, I don't know why you're not getting it. So we've established that with them, and that's working. It doesn't seem necessary at this point to put in the expense to go to a completely different transport system for email right now. So that's why we're sticking with our current one.
I was going to ask a slightly unfair question because it was more about Twilio's capability themselves rather than what you've been doing. But I've actually answered the question myself, but I thought I'd share the question with the group and the answer. And that was about how international the service is and how available the service is in other geographies. Specifically, obviously for me, I was looking at the UK, and there's a great website. I'll pop the link in the YouTube channel on their webpage about just how many countries they support and what support they've got for different number types and toll-free numbers and all that kind of stuff. So it looks really interesting, and we'll certainly be sharing some information with our libraries in the UK.
I think you guys are getting back at me for all the dead space earlier.
Well, let me make one comment though. You won't be able to post a link in the YouTube chat. So if you bring the link over to me, I'm logged in and I can post it in the YouTube chat if you want.
Excellent. Any other questions? I knew this was going to be a hot topic. So. All right. Well, thank you very much. And I hope if you work with Twilio that it goes good for you. And I hope this helps. All right, I've got the next intro too here. Let's see here. So Jason, what do I need to do on my end? Just leave it right there. Okay. So our next presenter, our last presenter for the day, I'm sorry, I'm going to slaughter your name. Mariella Zalata. I hope that's close. From,
yes, very close. Yes, very close.
Oh,
I'm here.
She's presenting for a region that reads and writes. So I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you. So please, I am going to share my screen. Give me a second, please. Okay. Okay. Thanks for having us. I am Mariela Celada. I am the regional director of Relay, who is a network who works in Central America and Dominican Republic. And we want to share with you how our journey is using Koha for our virtual library. Relay works in Central America. It's a network conformed by 6 higher education institutions, one for each country in Central America and Dominican Republic. We share our interest about early grade literacy, and we are working together since 2018 in improving the educational setting on the region. And we want to share with you today how our journey using Koha for our virtual library is since the side of the users, how we are using Koha to promote learning communities, and how it also is helping us to promote a network from the libraries from each of these universities. So as I was saying, we are working together in improving our educational settings on Central America and the Caribbean. Our center of operation is in Guatemala, in Universidad del Valle de Guatemala, but also we had parts of our team in El Salvador, some of them are in Honduras, and others are in the other countries on the region. We work in Relay, we work in many areas. Even when EGL is our core activity, we also doing research related with teacher training programs, also with early childhood teacher training, how these programs are improving or not the abilities or the skills for our children to read and write. We organize different activities related to knowledge mobilization as well. And we help to ministers on education and secretaries of education to develop educational policies. We also doing some advocacy activities related with giving them input to improve educational policies on the region and how they can count in with better information to take more informed decisions related with indicators, statistics, and how the educational settings are working on the region, and how the teachers are helping our children to develop better skills to read and write. Why do Relay has a virtual library? Even when the virtual library is the heart of the activities, we are using our virtual library for developing teacher training activities as a workshops, putting them some news material that the teachers can use and review. We also use our virtual library in developing communication process, not only for the ministers of education, but also for the practitioners, teacher trainers, and higher education institutions. And also, we have on our virtual library also many different resources that the researchers can use on educational research activities. We also put some of them available for doing some search activities, and they can access and consult it in very different ways. And Koha has been central for this activity on our virtual library. Through our virtual library, we provide access to contextualized evidence for researchers, practitioners, parents, teacher trainers, higher education institutions, to give them access to information that, if not that the way, there are no any other way that they can access to it. We also support research processes through our virtual library, in which they can consult documents, they can use it, but also we give them some kind of mentorship or support in that they can do in better research processes. We also support researchers, teachers, and practitioners, as I was saying about how they can improve their activities they are developing in the region. Most of them are implementing some development projects related with how can improve educational practice on schools, communities. And also we have into our virtual library some specialized repositories on EGL that was developing many years ago, and we are keeping them updating to give the practitioners and researchers the most accurate and update information about how are the EGL research and information related with it. And also our virtual library also has other materials like stories, short stories that the parents can use for improve the reading skills from their children. And also teachers in service can use these resources from educational settings and practices. Okay, so how does Koha helps in our purpose? We starting at the beginning with our virtual library, using Koha to design a space to save our educational resources produced by Relay. As was saying, Relay is that network from universities, and one of our main purpose is to produce evidence. So we need at the beginning a space to save and to keep all these educational resources. After it, Koha was helping us to support the needs of documentation and training, because we are starting developing formation and workshops and other activities related with teacher training. So Koha was a very useful resource to us to help and support these documentation and training activities. And nowadays, we are evolving, and Koha help us to provide information and specialized evidence to conforming learning communities. We start seeing that the teachers and practitioners that are using our resources, even the researchers, are conforming learning communities, leading by their different interests, needs, and Koha help us to keep them posted, organized, and giving them a different array of resources that help them in their daily basis activities. Okay, Koha is also help us in our virtual library to access to specialized information. It's very important to say that Relay is a unique network specialized on EGL in the region. So before us, many of these resources even doesn't exist, or even they are spread about all the region. So one of the most important activities was to keep them, all of them together, and conforming it our virtual library, giving the researchers and practitioners the opportunity to gather all the resources in one place. Always, as well, Koha allow us to share and disseminate evidence that we build together. There's the most recent evidence, and also help us to improve educational quality on a challenging region. It's very important to say that the last results of the standardized test on ERCE, led by UNESCO in 2018, was not very good for all the region. So this give us the one more reasons to keep working in a region to improve early literacy indicators. Also, Koha is facilitating the access to these resources because it is an open system allowing us to share resources in the network, and also give us flexibility to adapt all the resources to the needs of our users, even for interest, for thematics areas, or even for activities when we are developing some of them. We choose the resources that we had in our virtual library and put them resources to the access for the practitioners or the teachers who are interested in. Also, we are using Koha as a cataloging system, help our user in searchers. As was saying, Relay has repository of the more recently research related with EGL. So it also help us to improve or to help other junior researchers in their research process. Also allow us register users and keep tracks and statistics regarding which are the documents more consulted, more asked, or even which of them are most user. And also it allows us to add spaces to promote interaction. In doing our formation activities, we are using Koha as well to promote interaction between participants and among them, allowing, as was saying before, to conform learning communities when the people are participating with us. You can see here a part of how is our virtual library organized. For the region when we work, our virtual library is in Spanish, but also we use Koha to organize and cataloging all the resources there, but also help us to suggest reading material list for our users, and give us also a space for sharing news and announce new materials that we are including, and we are updating our virtual library. We have there also 2 specialized repositories when we have all the resources and researchers that we found, and also give the people links to the digital resources there. And we made for them more easier to find resources and to look at the specific information they are looking for. We also develop a libraries network with partner universities. This has been a very well-received activity from the universities conforming Relay, because even when we are a network from higher education institutions, we also conform a network from the libraries from these higher education institutions inside Koha. So you can access to the library from each of these universities, giving our users more availability of resources related with the interest of, and specifically EGL. And also to provide a space to share training resources and search support from specific researchers who are interested in developing specific research related with EGL, teacher training, or early literacy, among other topics or areas who are in our virtual library. Okay, so summing up, Koha is help us to support educational researchers, also in service teachers, teachers trainers, parents, and practitioners. And this is very unique in the region because Koha is conforming a space where people can share and mingle together and starting conforming, as was saying, learning communities. And it's also being a professional development resource as well. So for us, it's very important to keep promoting these partnerships and this sharing of specific interests related with EGL. Also, allow us to guard specialized evidence on early grade literacy in the Central America and the Caribbean, that, as I was saying, that was not exist before. Also, allow us sharing resources with other libraries to contribute to knowledge mobilization. And I have to say that knowledge mobilization activities was very unique and important from the region, because there are not so much experience before that experience that Relay was developing related with knowledge mobilization in the region. So that we can use Koha to promote knowledge mobilization is a very important for us. And also, Koha is helping us to conform EGL learning communities along the region, when people can find not only resources, and also it's a space in which you can encounter other people with the same interests, the same difficulties, or the same challenge to improve EGL. So give the people the space and the possibility to share these concerns has been very important from their professional development as well. Okay, so our Relay Virtual Library, it has 2 repositories, an average of 5,000 monthly users, more than 4,000 resources, and it's conformed also by 7 partner libraries, who is important for us, that our virtual library is evolving to be the core of this network libraries as well. Okay, so Relay and Relay Library keeps working to build a region that reads and writes, who is challenging in Central America and the Caribbean. And we are very glad to Koha is a very important partner with us in this purpose. So thank you for having us, and thanks for listening me and giving the opportunity to share our experience.
Thank you, Mariela. Just checking with the room real quick to see if anybody has any questions for you before we wrap up today. Any questions? Okay, just a second.
But I can't, there is a comment or question on YouTube, but I can't read it because it's in Spanish.
Okay.
Anybody read Spanish?
Yeah.
Oh,
Or maybe, okay. Or maybe, I don't know if anybody can copy in the chat and I can read it.
We'll try to pass that question on to you.
Okay.
So are there any other questions before we wrap up with Mariela? All right, Mariela, thank you very much. We appreciate you joining us here today.
Thank you. I will stop sharing. Okay.
Our first day has come to a close. So we are going to be meeting here again tomorrow. The building should be open by 8. Our first presentation will start at 8:30. We're also going to be taking our official, someone will be taking our official KohaCon KohaCon22 picture tomorrow, so be sure to wear something that you'd like to be seen in that picture. And was it George that you said you had something you wanted to? George says false alarm. Okay, that's our first day done. We'll see you here tomorrow.